She was kidnapped by a group of men who were making comebacks. One of the men who had fancied this lady kidnapped her, took her to an island, raped her for many days.
नेल भी आ जाता है
They have this system of dowry.
बाद में
As
आता
you know, in India, dowry is a system where the woman has to pay the male partner of the male family a certain amount to marry herself into that family. So the father of the woman who paid the dowry system to the bridegroom's in Ethiopia and many other parts of the Middle East, there is a reverse system, the meher system.
The sooner you lose your virginity, then automatically the system blames you, saying that you are an immoral woman. You have brought disrepute to your parents, disrepute to your relatives, disrepute to your clan. So you are unfit to be respected, and so you lose your value in that family, in the town, and in your clan. So the same thing was the idea of kidnapping this girl, putting her in a house and raping her for a few days so that she would be of no value. And then the father of this woman would come running to the man who raped her, beg him to marry the rapist or the person who raped her. So this was exactly the plan that was hatched out on this poor lady, and she was sexually exploited. So the man one day, he told his friend that he is going to the town to get some supplies because they were running out of ration. So he asked his friend to keep a lookout so that the lady doesn't escape from the hut. So when he went off to the town, this brave young lady fought with the friend of the man who had raped her, who was having a kind of a gun. So she grabbed the gun and shot him dead. So now the story changed from being a rapist, now she was a murderer. So she had to run from the place. She ran away. She wanted to go back to her village. Her father and her brothers and her clan told her not to come back because she lost her virginity. She was not only a immoral lady, now she was also a murderer. And if she had to go back to her village, the village would be, then ostracized by the other clans and communities. So they begged her not to come. So she had no other way but to escape to the neighboring country. From there, she found the human rights lawyers who then transported her all the way up to Saudi Arabia, where she was working in Saudi Arabia as a housemaid for nearly 20 to 30 years. Because if she had to go back to Ethiopia, she would have been facing death sentence for the murder. So she became popular because one of the famous Hollywood actress, Miss Angelina Jolie, she did a beautiful story on Rape My Story. That's a movie that was a biography of this young lady, the classmate of Gerard Toulouse. So she became popular because of Angelina Jolie's movie, and then the whole world came to know about why rape matters. So I had to use a small little story to draw all of your attention on why what rape is. So as I told, in her story, it destroyed her life. It made her from a victim, it made her a culprit because she had murdered somebody, right? And she was ostracized from her family, ostracized from her clan, ostracized from her village. All these things happen. So even when a woman in any part of the world, when she is raped, especially in war zones like Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, any other places, multiple places all across the world, wherever wars happen, the first thing the people do is, as soon as they conquer that country, they rape the women of that country. So this is a form of, the woman is treated as a form of a trophy against the victors. So if you look at the women all across the world, they are number one bread earners, whether in India, Africa, etc., etc. Even for an example, to quote from a United Nations study which was done in the UK, it was the study said that nearly about 50% of the gross GDP of the UK was supported by women working in UK. So if a woman had to suffer gender violence in the form of domestic abuse, rape, etc., she would be unable to go to work. She would lose her mental balance. She would suffer from mental disorders, anxiety, stress disorder, suicidal tendencies, deliberate self-harm, exposure to unwanted drug abuse, alcohol, etc., etc. So it causes injury to health. It's a crime against women's human rights, and it is also a costly business to the economy and the society. So if a woman doesn't work, she's the breadwinner, not only for the country, she is a breadwinner to the whole family, because the woman is the main powerhouse of the family across all communities, whether it's a Western community, Eastern community, or etc., any other community. The woman, the mother or the sister or the main matriarch, plays the pivotal role in the family. And if she suffers any kind of discrimination in the form of sexual violence, then the whole family unit suffers. That is what I want to bring your attention to this. So confronting rape and sexual violence, this has been happening, as I tell you, women being raped, women being domestically abused, women having physical abuse, etc., etc., has been happening across ages, across centuries. So this is not a new story. But women continued to suffer in silence till in 1980 to 1990, when a certain section of the women across the United States and the Western world started bringing pressure on the political systems in their countries to recognize this most important public health crisis, that is violence and rapes that are happening against the woman. So that is when slowly the United Nations and many other world health bodies started recognizing this as a public health crisis and started to look at how ways to address this. So coming to the thing, what happens when women are raped and what actually happens. So rapes and sexual violences can happen to anyone. So we have a notion all across our communities and the places where we live that a woman, if she is of a good moral attitude and if she behaves in a certain way, that she cannot be raped. And only women of a certain religion will be raped and certain religions will not be raped. The woman, if she is wearing a certain kind of dress, if she is going out in night, she is going out to a movie, she's going to a hotel to have a dinner with a group of friends, those are the people only they will be raped. If women stay at home, women not exposed to other people will not be raped. This is a very unfortunate kind of falsehood that has been running across generations and running across many other countries, saying that women, if they behave in certain way, they would not endure sexual violence. But actually, if you look at it, many of the sexual violence, rapes, domestic abuse, etc., happen at homes. They do not happen on any hotel They do not happen in a cinema. They do not happen in a car, or they do not happen on the roads and streets. The women are raped at their own homes. The women are abused at their own homes. And who are these abusers? It is always thought that women are abused only by a person waiting in a dark alleyway, waiting for a woman to pass by who will grab and rape her. But it's not a fact. Many of the women who have been raped are raped by their own relatives, their uncles, probably their ex-boyfriends, probably their fathers, probably their brothers, probably their cousins. So women develop or get exploited at their own homes by their own relatives. So research has also shown that majority of rape and sexual violence is experienced by women and girls. But even men and boys can also be victims of rape and sexual violence. If you look at the ever-developing world right now, boys in schools across many of the countries, including India, have experienced some kind of sexual violence against themselves. And who are doing the sexual violence against the boys? One of their other boy classmates or one of their seniors. They are the ones who are abusing their children in their own schools and in their own classes. So, as I just told you, sexual violence can happen to anyone. It can't be there is no background to age, gender, orientation, religious background. I just explained to you. And men and boys can also be raped. And the common notion that rapes are carried on by unknown persons is wrong. It is mostly carried on by victims, husbands, boyfriends, colleagues, family members, etc., as I just told you. So coming to the broad definition of rape and sexual violence, just to get it. So as you know, rapes are defined according to their penal codes in their various countries. So in general, the United Nations has classified what is rape. Rape is penetration of a person's bodily orifice. So now they have taken out the private parts like vagina, etc., to make it a bodily orifice. It could be anal orifice, vaginal orifice, or even oral orifice against his or her will. So they have gender neutralized the definition of rape. Rapes can also happen to persons of men as well, and without the consent by using the force or threat. So this is exactly what is the broad definition of rape. And in sexual violence is any form of sexual activity that takes place without other person's full and informed consent. So what is sexual violence? According to this definition, if a lady is trying to try a set of new clothes in a mall, trying a new set of clothes, and somebody without her permission is filming her using a mobile phone, that amounts to sexual violence. So there are various forms of sexual violence, and voyeurism by recording somebody's private activity is a form of sexual violence, just to get an understanding of what sexual violence is about. So, as we all know, the human society all across the world have certain myths about what rape is and who gets raped. And they always feel when woman complains, when woman goes and complains to the police, or when women go and complain in the hospital, the first thing is nobody believes the woman's story. The first thing the women cross their mind when the police come and take their statement, the police don't believe the woman at all. They say that woman is lying. She is lying because she is trying to extract some kind of revenge or money or some allurement against the complainant. And the second thing, as I told you, they only say only virgins can be raped. And if she is not a virgin, then there is no rape at all. So let us examine what exactly this means. So let us take, for example, if a woman who is married or woman who is a divorcee or woman who has previously experienced sexual intercourse, who had a boyfriend or a living relationship and is working in a software company and is living in a PG accommodation with another boy, and she complains of being sexually violated, assaulted, and raped by a co-inhabitant of that flat. And when she goes and files a complaint in the police station, the police ask her a load of questions. Where are you from? Who are you? Were you married? Did you previously, were you divorced, or were you previously experienced in sexual intercourse? And once she tells her story, and then they say, no, we can't believe you because you are not a virgin, so it is not a rape. This is one of the myths of the rape, which many of our women encounter in our Indian judicial system. Some women also, the police always say, the police and the press, some women are just asking for it. So many times when in the courts, when the rape cases have been examined, not only in India, even in the UK, when I have myself gone to the courtrooms to depose as an expert witness, and the suspect or the accused is being cross-examined by the prosecutors, their story is to say, oh, I went out with this XYZ lady. I know her. She works in my same company. I just asked her, can we go out for a dinner? And she said yes. And we then went out. We had a glass of wine and she was smiling. And then I tried to touch her and kiss her on her cheeks. And she said no. But her eyes were saying yes. These are some of the kind of atrocious comments the suspects or the accused keep telling the judges, saying that, oh, she was just trying to say no, but her eyes were saying yes. And that is why I raped her. So women lie about being raped all the times. It can't be rape if she is not a virgin. Some women are asking for it. They say no, but their eyes are saying yes. They were dressed in a certain way. They were drinking. They were flirting. Oh, she asked me to, it has happened. Many of these stories have happened in the MG Road in Bangalore, Mahatma Gandhi Road. A woman comes out of a bar, totally she is drunk. She's, disillusioned. She came out with her group of girlfriends, but unfortunately got separated. She did not know what to do. She called in for a taxi. And the taxi man thought, oh, she's dressed in a very skimpy way, she's under the influence, she's come out of a bar, she doesn't have anybody, and they have raped her. Many of these records have happened across all cities in India, similar to these kind of stories. So myths about rape regarding men. So what are the myths about rape regarding men? Only crazy men rape. So whenever there is somebody who has been accused of rape, for example, a CEO of a company or a godman, right, from a religious institution, many of the people think, oh no, they are not the ones, the woman is telling a lie, they are innocent. Only crazy men rape. Crazy men means people who are totally psychotic, people who have been previously arrested on multiple charges. And rapist one, someone who has come out from the dark and he has grabbed her, who did not know her, he was waiting there for some woman to come out, and he grabbed her and raped her. Sometimes a man just gets carried away and he cannot stop. This is another common thing they keep telling. So what happens about the myths? These are called myths. What is a myth? Myth is something, which we believe is not true, but we still believe in it. One example of a myth is very common kind of a myth that we see in India. For example, if we are getting out onto work, and we are planning to have some good day in business, and suddenly if there is a black cat passing in front of you, probably you will think, okay, I don't have to cross the road now. Let me stop for a while, allow somebody else to cross and take over this, what I call bad omen. So this is a myth. So we know that, even if we cross the road because a black cat has crossed, nothing would happen to us. But we still feel that, oh, because the cat has passed, we have to wait, allow somebody else to pass. So this is the same kind of myths that happen to people around the world. So these myths are embedded into our patriarchal mindset. The myths of all the things that I talked to you are embedded into our patriarchal mindset. Majority of our police forces all across the world are men. Majority of our judges all across the world are men. So they have these myths embedded in their minds, though they know that it is not true, but they believe it is true. So that is why these myths allow the women to blame themselves for their misdeeds. So the woman has to blame herself for having been raped. She has to be felt victimized. So this helps to transform rape by acquaintance, friends, and intimates into no rapes at all. When a woman says she has been raped by an acquaintance, by a friend, by a colleague, or somebody in her family, and it goes to the police, they make a complaint, or if it goes to the courts, then they throw the case out saying that no, the woman is lying. So every woman lives with a fear of rape and modifies her behavior in a large and small way to reduce the likelihood of becoming a rape victim. So it makes a woman to feel avoiding rape is a responsibility and that she will have to find little sympathy for her situations should she be so careless as to allow herself to be raped. For example, let me tell you, if you have to go to a police station and tell that you lost your purse, somebody pickpocketed your purse when you are going in the metro train, the police would be very sympathetic to you. He would listen to you. He will make a statement. He will take a statement from you, and he will tell you, okay, sir, let us find. We will try and find out who the person was. We'll check the CCTV, etc. Just imagine if a woman had to go to the police station and tell her that she's been raped. How sympathetic will they be compared to a man who lost a wallet pickpocketed to a woman who has been raped? This is a $1 million question. So now coming to the children. So what's the truth about these children? Do children do get really raped? Yes. Before they turn 18, 1 in 6 boys experience some form of sexual abuse, and 1 in 4 girls experiences some form of sexual abuse. This sexual abuse might be in the form of touching their private parts, or some of their senior or their classmate exposing their private parts to these people. All kinds of these things would happen. So these are very common in children in schools in across all parts of the world. So sexual abuse of children has become a significant and disturbing reality. Every year, thousands of kids endure sexual abuse, a sexually intrusive behavior of another child. And another child who does this, they themselves are victims of sexual violence because they have been violated in their homes. They have come from broken families. They have been exposed to sexual violence. So they come and they experiment on other children. This is an unfortunate story. So the sexual abuse of children is significant and disturbing reality all across the world, as you say. It is crucial that teachers and parents understand this problem and teach and know how to deal with this kind of unwelcome sexual behavior of other children towards their children's. So that is why in many of the modern worlds there is something called as child protection. Child protection is a system where the children are taught how to protect themselves from this kind of sexual violence, either from their own peers or from some elders in their home or in their own schools. So unfortunately, as you see, many children do not have the confidence to report their sexual violence that is been happening to them either in their household, to their own parents, or to the teachers, because they do not know what language to tell or express these things to their teachers or to their parents. This is one of the biggest drawbacks that they have found out, and that is why child protection has been introduced all across the school starting from a very young age in various countries, especially in the Western world. It is hopefully catching up in India and all other developing countries. So other children or teens could be sexually abusive or sexually intrusive. There are some adults who they might know or even love that could try and do things to them. So one form of sexual exploitation is when somebody knows, okay, this girl or this boy is from a poor background, and because of the peer pressure, everybody is carrying a cell phone. This young boy or this young girl cannot afford a cell phone in their classroom or in their community. There is some sugar daddy waiting there, or some uncle, or some fellow who is waiting there, ready to buy them a cell phone to extract sexual favors from the children. This is a form of sexual exploitation. So, as teachers and as parents, how do you tell a child or give them some education of sex education, which is a very big taboo subject in India and many countries. Many times, even in Karnataka, a place like where I come from, when the certain schools try to introduce sex education, many of the schools were, met with lot of resistance and violence from certain sections of the groups, telling that you are trying to, sexualize the child by teaching sex education in the children. You should not teach sex education, etc., etc. This is a very unfortunate story across many parts of the world. They're not allowing the children to be taught sex education in their schools and colleges. So, as young as 5-year old, 6-year old in Western countries, their education, sex education, starts with identifying and labeling what is a male part, what is a female part by their teachers, even the parents. So, what is penis, what is vagina? Whenever you have a question, the children have to be told by the teachers and the parents. Whenever you have a question about your private part, always please come and feel free to speak to your daddy and mummy. Feel free to speak to your teacher. If you have any question, they should be able to answer it then and there. So, sex education, some people, some parents like us, we think, oh, we do not have to tell or teach our children at a very young age. One day they will learn it by themselves, or maybe when they turn 16-year-old, then I can sit across in the front of my daughter and talk to open a sex education book and tell her the whole story of Adam and Eve, which is unfortunately a laughable issue. So, sex education is like building blocks. You need to build every day as the child grows, as the child asks questions. You need to build from a very young age so that they feel comfortable to come and speak to daddies and mummies and teachers whenever they have a question or whenever they have an issue about somebody being troubling them. So, that is how you build confidence by child protection. So just like there are rules for behavior in schools, right? Like for crossing streets, we have red, green, and amber lights. That is how the teachers there in the schools for young children also have red, green, amber signs. So if some girl or a small boy had to go and show her teacher, oh, teacher, today I feel red. Okay, that means to say the child is, having some issues, and the teacher can take the child away into a private and then try and explain and question what happened and what is that troubling them, so that they should be able to deal with this kind of things. So coming to super sexualization of teenagers, as you see nowadays, you open Facebooks, there is sex. You open a magazine, there is sex. You go to a movie, there is sex. You watch TV, there is sex. You watch Netflix, there is sex. So there is sex everywhere. Everywhere, starting from the daily newspaper to everyday TV advertisements to movies to cinemas, everywhere there is sex. So our youth have become super sexualized because of the exposure to all these things. So that is why our children behave much more maturely, because they have not been taught properly the sex education at a very young age. Suddenly they have been exposed to unwanted porn by some other colleague or a friend or a classmate, and they are confused, and so their lives become very chaotic. So we are creating a generation of super sexualized children, unfortunately. And significant number of our children are actually demonstrating sexual interest and sexual behavior at a very young age, right? Because they are trying to dress like, the latest Hollywood or Bollywood heroines, etc., etc., rather than dress like small children. So one of the projects that they did in South Africa was teaching a certain group of students in the university to how to respect each other, right? So this was a UN initiated project in South Africa where a university students were taught the art of trust, love, and respect. They said to them, it is okay to have sex with your boyfriends and girlfriends as long as you have these three things embedded into that sexual relationship, that is trust, love, and respect. And that is how they were able to bring down the number of unwanted sexual violence in their universities. It's a very good point to be noted. So, response to rape and sexual violence, as I told you, we are a society, we have myths, we have false ideas about what a woman should be, who a woman is, why she can't be a rape victim if she is not a virgin, etc., etc. Same thing with the police. The police behave indifferently whenever a woman goes to the police station to record her statement about sexual violence and rapes. And it's the same with judiciary because of the patriarchal system that we have all across the world. So, coming to a very interesting story that I want to share with you all. So, this is a story of Jill Savard. Jill Savard was a young woman who lived in England, and she was the daughter of a priest. A priest is a man who teaches religious studies in churches. So she was raped, and she became the beacon for rape activism in UK and brought a lot of changes because of her story. So let us look at her story in short very quickly. So that is the story of storyboard of Jill, where she is pictured in the center, and on the left side you can see her father on the very top left, and the judge in the middle with the black and white photograph with a hat, and the first rapist at the bottom left, and the ringleader onto the right side of the screen, and the second rapist, and at the very right bottom is her boyfriend. So um, Jill was already engaged, and she was supposed to be married off very soon, and she was at the moment living with her father in her father's home, when suddenly, that's her home, when suddenly a group of men knocked on the door somewhere around evening time, and she suddenly opened the door thinking there's somebody trying to ask them something. So when she opened the door, she was attacked and threatened with knives, and that is a cricket bat. The cricket bat belonged to Jill's father, so that was there in the room. So these rapists, what they did, three of them, they took the bat and assaulted the father very badly, and also the boyfriend who was sleeping on the first floor. They went to the first floor of the apartment and assaulted the boyfriend as well. So their intention was only to commit burglary, to steal what are the valuables in their house and get away. But when they saw Jill, the intentions of some of the men changed. So what happened was a horrible story. The burglary then started and then turned into a rape story where she was gang raped by these three men. So, long story short, later on she complained, and the police were able to trace the culprits, and they were arrested and they were brought to the courts. And the famous judge, Sir J. Leonard, who was a famous judge at those times, was responsible for giving the sentence for the people who committed this atrocity on Jill Savard. And look at this, what he got, what sentences he gave. So the gang leader, Mr. Robert Horscroft, he was the gang leader of this group of men who came to thieve the house. So he was the only man who did not touch Jill that night. He was the only man who did not commit rape on Jill. He got 14 years for having entered the house unlawfully and for committing burglary. And the second lead rapist, Martin McCall, he is the first person who raped the Jill that night. He got 5 years. And then the second rapist, Chris Bryan, he got 3 years. So what is the moral of the story on this slide? As you see, if you steal a house, you will get 14 years. But if you commit rape on a woman, you will be given a maximum of 8 years in total, 5 plus 3. So this was a very unfortunate judgment which was given by Sir J. Leonard, which created a lot of public hue and cry. That is when Jill, she started campaigning as a rape survivor, started highlighting the plight of the women and the rape victims across courtrooms, how they were treated, how she was cross-questioned by the rapist's defense, how she was cross-examined by them, how she was treated in the medical examination. This was also very demeaning. She writes in her book how she had to undergo the appalling medical investigation by most insensitive doctors at that time who did not even care for her, right? So all these things. So she was able to then campaign tirelessly for a number of years to bring changes in UK. And because of Jill Savard, there have been a lot of changes that have happened to rape survivors in UK. So there is a sea change, the way the woman, a rapist, a rape victim, when she goes to the hospital, how the nurses and the doctors have to treat her, how the confidentiality has to be maintained, how they have to collect the forensic samples, how and when to take forensic photographs, what are the procedures that are involved, what is the sensitivity that is involved in medical examination, etc. And the same thing in the judiciary nowadays. Even in India also, many of the rape trials are conducted in camera trials, they are not open trials, and the defense are not allowed to cross examine the victim in front of the rapist. So all these changes have been brought because of Jill Savard's story. So one of the noble ideas out of the story that evolved, and I being one of the persons who has worked at the sexual assault referral centers in the UK, the SARC centers. A SARC center is a center which is fully equipped center where the woman, if she has experienced some kind of sexual violence or rape, she doesn't have to go to the police station. She can come directly to the SARC center and report her crime, where a independent sexual violence advisor, ISVA, as you see downstairs at the bottom of the presentation there, she is a trained lawyer and trained semi-trained police personnel who would meet the victim, take her story, arrange for a medical examination at the same center. So doctors like me were called in the middle of the night or in the early morning hours. So the center operated 24/7, 365 days a year. So anytime the woman complains, the doctors are summoned, the nurses are summoned. So we go speak to the victim, speak to the ISVA, take the story, then decide on what samples to collect, what photographs to take, etc., etc. And then we treat the victim with confidentiality, we treat the victim with respect, we treat the victim with utmost care and collect all the necessary samples in a one-stop solution. So it is not like an Indian hospital where the woman, unfortunately, even now, if a rape victim is raped, she is marched across the corridors of the hospital with a uniformed lady police officer. So just imagine the plight of a rape victim in a country like India. If she had to go after complaining for a medical examination with a uniformed police officer into a government hospital in Bangalore, for example, what would be her fate? How demeaning it would be for her. Everybody looking in the OPD, in the outpatient department, will be looking at who is this woman walking with this uniformed police officer. Oh, this is the woman. She has been raped, we believe. Look at her dress. Look at how she is. Probably she is, having a hangover after having an alcohol drink, right? Then she's marched into one of the most unkept examination rooms where a lady doctor would ask her without even giving her respect, lie down on the couch, examine her, take her some samples and say, okay, get lost. So this is very unfortunate. This kind of things are not happening anymore in the Western world like the SARCs. This is to protect the victims, right? So services in UK, as I told you, are confidential. We have full video recording, audio recording, forensic science and forensic kits. So we have solos, the sexual assault liaison officers, we have nurses, we have doctors, the scene of crime officers to collect any evidence. So if a woman then thinks she might get pregnant, it is the role of the doctor to give her a anti-pregnancy pill, the morning after pill, or if there is a fear that she may be transmitted with a STI infection, we can give prophylaxis then and there rather than she being sent across to a skin and VD clinic. Or if she's suffering from mental health issues, she could be counseled then and there rather than sent to a psychiatric hospital. So it's a one-stop solution for the woman where her confidentiality is protected to the utmost. So the process, as I said, the initial record of disclosure happens where the woman tells her story. The role of the solo sexual assault liaison officer is a police officer, especially a lady female officer, who is trained in the sexual assault liaising. So she is the one who would then arrange for the examination by the nurses and the doctors, and the uh, DS is the police officer with the scene officers and aftercare. Everything has been taken care. So, what is the take home message? We as doctors working across various countries across the world, we need to develop a national and local plan of action to suitable to our countries, right? We must start training providers, the frontline service providers. Who are they? Just as I mentioned, the police have to be trained properly on how to treat victims with sympathy, respect, how to take forensic sampling, when to call doctors, provide them with adequate public resources, right? Having a one stop solution, making justice accessible to women and girls, ensuring universal access to critical services, collecting, analyzing, and disseminating the national data, among others, so that they can also bring it. So we need to invest in gender equality. As I told you, women are equal workhorse power of every nation. If a woman suffers, the nation would suffer. We should enhance the women's economic empowerment, increase our public awareness and social mobilization, provide adequate funding and public resources. The governments have to be made aware that there should be adequate funding for training of our police officers, adequate funding for training of our doctors, of our nurses, crime scene examiners, courtroom staff, judges, lawyers, public prosecutors, defense, attorneys, etc., etc. And we also need to invest in our young people, because they have been exposed to a lot of unwanted things on social media. So, by doing all this, we should be able to create a fair and just society that is suitable for our women and children across our countries. So, lastly, I try to acknowledge and thank my dear father, who was a professor of forensic medicine, who worked in India for nearly 50 years, who passed away, and he has been my inspiration. So, thank you, one and all. If you have any questions, kindly you can ask me. Thank you.
मैम एक बार अनाउंस कर दूं all the delegates toxicology workshop has been started in forensic lab, so who have registered please proceed. Toxicology lab sir, floor 4 पे yes sir, yes sir.
So, any questions?
So the chairperson for today is Dr. Indubala Mathur ma'am, professor and head in Mahavir Institute of Medical Science and Research. So ma'am will ask the questions.
Thank you very much, sir, to make us for a revisit on this topic. And it was really a thorough session. Anyone who want to ask anything? Anyone?
Yeah. Yes, I have one question to Dr. Shubhakar.
Yes, sir.
Very nice presentation, and very elaborated and very burning topic, because we are having many videos coming from different part of the world where this is the rape cases, incidence, and prevalence is rising, whether it is a form of punishment or whether it is a form of it's a rape itself or other things. Now there is an increased trend of rape and murder uh, together, because now the rapist, the behavior of the rapist is changed from now rapist to a rape and murderer. So the
Mhm.
actually this I think this tumor is increasing in our society. We have seen many videos or the things that in many places even the men were raped. So I think this is a very very sensitive and grave issue to be addressed. My question to Dr. Shubhakar is, you have worked in UK, India, Barbados. So can you compare the incidence, or can you tell me what is the incidence of rape in Saudi Arabia, India, United Kingdom and Barbados. Just the incidents
Right.
and prevalence of.
Thank you, Dr. Imran. Yes, so as you know, the reporting of rapes and sexual violence depends on the ease of reporting in countries. For example, in a place like United Kingdom, because reporting was made easy, reporting was made approachable to the women and the children. So the women were encouraged and felt empowered to go fearlessly to the local police stations or to the local sexual assault referral centers and report the incidents of sexual violence against them. Um, we see in the developed countries a lot more reporting of sexual violence against women because of the ease of reporting. However, coming to India, India, as you know, has taken a lot of pain in trying to improve the rape reporting as a whole. They have also invested a lot of money and manpower into training their doctors and their police officers, etc. So in larger cities like Bangalore, New Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, especially, the reporting has improved. However, I will not be able to give you the exact figures of how many reports of rape have been registered in Bangalore per day or per month, etc. But definitely it is in a few hundreds looking at the local newspapers. In the same thing in Barbados as well. Barbados is a very close society, and just like a developing nation, Barbados also um, has its own issues because reporting rapes are not easy. The police are not trusted, and it is difficult for the women and children to report. So the public confidence has to grow for the reportings to increase. Otherwise, the women would still suffer under silence, and they would be victims of repeated rapes. This is an unfortunate story.
Thank you very much, sir. One more question from my side. In India, we use SAFE and there is procedure. Do you have any difference here and there for the sexual examination of a victim by a forensic medicine expert?
Yes, I have um, tried to lobby with the government of Karnataka some years ago to try and make them adopt the UK model, but unfortunately I was not successful at the time because they were not able to understand what I was telling. But anyway, what I want to tell is there is a hell and heaven difference between how rape victims are treated, especially from a medical point of view, in the UK and in India. As I told you, in India, we still do not have that concept of a SARC center. Every rape victim is assigned to a government hospital, especially to the obstetrics and gynecology specialists or the wards wherever the government hospitals are there. So there, the obstetricians and gynecologists, of course, they are very good in their subject matter, but they are very poor when it comes to understanding how to collect forensic samples, how to document injuries, how to photograph injuries, how to take a statement, and what kind of examination has to be done. So there is a lack of training on their part, which they are not supposed to be blamed. It is, the governments and the stakeholders have to train them. So they have a very limited understanding of that. And secondly, I have myself personally visited some of the sexual examination rooms in the hospitals in Karnataka. I cannot comment on other states, but what I found was it was a very basic room with only a small screen and a curtain with a normal examination table, iron table that was there. There was no proper sanitization. There was no forensic integrity in the room because, as you know, when you collect DNA evidence, cross contamination is the biggest a hurdle. You might do all the things correctly, but end of the day, the swabs that you are collecting from the victim, if they get cross contaminated, the court in the court of law, the case will be lost. So these things are not really up to the mark. And if the gynecologist is done with her job, and if the woman still needs psychological counseling, or she needs sexually transmitted infection prophylaxis, the gynecologists don't do that. So they then ask the police officer to take the woman to the skin and VD clinic, so that the specialists there, they will treat her. Same thing, if she is suffering from deliberate self-harm, suicidal tendencies, she has to be taken to a psychologist or a psychiatrist to be treated. So, one woman, if she has been raped once, she's been paraded to multiple different people, and she has to tell her story again and again. So this is re-victimization, which is the most dangerous thing. So all this has to stop. So this concept has to come, like the ones that we follow in the United States and the UK, the one-stop solution, where
Thank
everything is
you.
offered
I
under
can
one roof.
understand. Now I can understand, sir. And I must say, sir, your previous suggestions have been accepted many places, and believe me, there are places where forensic experts are available nowadays for the sex assault cases, and they are very much up to date in these cases. But yes, we are still trying for best. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, that is good to know. Thank you. Yeah.
We also need to improve the quality of training for the obs and gynae people as well. We can, because we have limited forensic people available for the examination.
So
That is a
for
very
that,
good
sir,
suggestion, Dr. Imran, because as GLAFIMS, we
yes,
can
sir.
be the leading light, especially in training of professionals, either healthcare or police
Training is
or
always good.
judiciary.
So training is always good. But nowadays, practices for last 10 years in the Rajasthan, they made, especially in the medical colleges, a board with the forensic medicine expert and a gynecologist. So both expertise were there. So this is a natural way there, and it's a good thing, I think, and it will
Yes,
be preferred
very
by other
nice, very
people too.
nice, very good thing. This is a very good new initiative. So we hope that this will improve the nationwide as well.
Thank
Thank you
you,
very much,
sir,
sir.
for time, your attention, and for creating a safe space to discuss the critical issue. Now, now, I would request Dr. Richa Gupta, ma'am, Associate Forensic Medicine at Sarojini Naidu Medical College, uh, to felicitate respected Dr. Indu Bala, ma'am. And Dr. Richa, ma'am, is also our next chairperson. So, for our next session, the chairperson will be respected Dr. Richa Gupta, ma'am, uh, Professor FMT at Sarojini Naidu Medical College, Agra, and Dr. Anil Mangeshkar, sir, Professor and Head at Sundarlal Patwa Government Medical College, Mandsaur.
सर मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन है तो पेन ड्राइव में दे दूँ उसके बाद में पेन ड्राइव में पेन ड्राइव है आपके पास? भैया पेन ड्राइव एक बार को ऑन रखना चाहिए स्टैंडर्ड कुछ इनको कुछ बस फोल्डर करके कि कैसे कि स्ट्रीमिंग करने की आदत
Imagine standing at the edge of science and law, where every finding can shift the balance of justice. Yet, the answers are never black and white. Today, we are privileged to have with us a speaker who navigates these complexities daily. To take us through the intricate, often high stakes world of modern forensics challenges, please help me to welcome Dr. Yakubu Mangiji, sir. We are eager to hear you insights of forensic dilemma, predicting and medicating on DNA, tampering, and biocrimes. So please give a big round of applause for Dr. Yakubu Mangiji, sir.
I would like
I'd
to
like to
request
request
our
our
chairman to
chairman to
introduce
introduce
Dr.
Dr.
Yakubu
Yakubu
Mangiji,
Mangiji,
sir.
sir.
Just we have some delay here. So we can continue with some question answer with Dr. Shubhakar. Shubhakar is available. Dr. Shubhakar,
Dr. Imran.
yes. Can you
Yeah.
can you give some more overview for time being of your presentation?
Yes, as I was just mentioning, it should be a multi on strategic approach from the service providers, that are the
Okay,
police,
let
judiciary.
me give you a question. Like if we in GLAFIMS, if we want to make some guidelines related to rape victims and this new thing that rape and murder cases to be addressed properly. So, what are your suggestions and recommendations in this context?
Yeah. So the most important thing, many doctors ask me, is they are always confused on what kind of medical examination is to be done on particular cases of rape. For example, there have been instances where the rapes have happened more than a month ago, right? And unfortunately, for some reason, the woman might not have reported it on time, and then the police have then made the arrest of the suspect, and also the victim has been brought to the certain hospitals for medical examination. So the doctors many times ask, what kind of examination can we do? Can we collect forensic samples in terms of forensic evidence, etc.? So, this kind of guidelines have to be given to our young doctors and all the people who are working in the rape processing system. Like any cases of rape that are reported within the first 7 days, when I talk to you about rape, that is the penile vaginal penetration with or without ejaculation, or with or without the use of condom. So within the 7 days, medical examination of a victim and sampling of evidence is a must, irrespective of whether the woman has showered, bathed, etc., or changed clothes. However, if the 7 day window has passed, then the chances of finding any DNA or any other forensic value is lost. So there is no need for medical collection of evidence after 7 days. So these are the things, that are really troubling our doctors. They do not know what is the time window that is necessary to understand when to collect forensic evidence, and if the time window has been gone, then what they should do. And the police themselves do not know, because they only follow their CRPC procedure, that every victim has to be examined by a doctor. So the police blindly bring the victim to the hospital for examination. There has been many instances where the woman has given birth as a product of rape to a child, and the child is 1 year old, and it has happened in instances in Karnataka, where the police have brought the victim along with the child to the medical examination to be conducted on them. So until unless, question of paternity and DNA testing on the child and the mother and the alleged suspect, there is no other value in examining that victim, because she is now crossed that time. But unfortunately, the doctors are forced to do the examination because the police do not have an idea, and they are pushing them, no, you have to do it. And many of these things have happened. So we need to formulate guidelines when to do forensic examinations. What is the window, and what are the samples that we collect? What are the samples we should not collect? When to collect, how to collect, what are the materials that we have to take? Do we need the clothing of the victim? If the clothing of the victim has a forensic significance, for example, the inner wear or her, her outer clothing, then how do you do it? This is a nightmare, because many of the times the police may request, oh, we need the top and the jeans of the lady. So if the lady has just walked into the medical room with what she was wearing overnight, then where do you have the supplies? Do we have ever thought about this? A country like India has to think about these things. For example, in UK, in the SARC centers, we have all kinds of sizes of nightgowns, underwears, bras, etc., of the women stocked in our SARC centers. Because if the police have to retain the evidence for forensic value, the woman can be requested to, give her clothing, complete clothing from top to bottom, and for her to be, for her dignity to be protected, a separate clothing can be provided from the SARC center. Where do we have this? So these are common sense things, right? This is not
Yes.
rocket science, but these are
Yes.
things that we need to impress upon to the governments and the stakeholders.
Okay, so I suggest that we can have this in. Okay, Shreya, you can go to the next speaker, please. I think
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Parmod. Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Pramod has been assigned as co-host.
It is my honor to introduce our estimate speaker, Dr. Pramod Goyal sir, who is a prominent medical professional in Bhatinda, serving as a principal of Adesh Institute of Medical Science and Research, IMSR. Sir, sir brings invaluable experience in monitoring monitoring steps and training staff in specialized technique. Today's session on monitoring, technical coordination and emblazing. Please join me in welcoming to the online session. I would like to request our chairperson to introduce us, sir.
Hello. Good morning, Dr. Pramod Goyal, sir. Are you available?
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
So just a brief introduction of Dr. Pramod, sir. He has done MBBS from KMC Manipal, MD in Forensic Medicine from Government Medical College, Amritsar, and is presently Principal and Professor in Forensic Medicine at Adesh Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Bhatinda, Punjab. And he is also ex-editor of Journal of Punjab Academy of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology 2017 to 2023. So this is a small brief history, but sir's work and experience is a long one and cannot be briefed at in a short moments. So I hand over to you, sir, for to continue with your session.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Richa, and thanks for the introduction. My slides are visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So first of all, I will congratulate Dr. Seema for organizing this grand conference, and I congratulate whole of the GLAFIM association for the first this international conference. And thanks for giving me a chance to present my personal experience over this embalming issues. Okay. And I will be open for any questions in between also. Okay. And I will be sharing my own experience, which we have done in our own institute. And plus, we'll be sharing some media report regarding where some problem had occurred. So my topic is regarding mortuary technical orientation and embalming, a practical overview. So first of all, why this topic is required? Actually, we as healthcare professionals, we are always trained in our ICU care, our operation theaters care, but rarely we are trained in mortuary orientation. And whenever some errors occur while handling the body, and it has legal implication and emotional and ethical issue. So I will start with my talk with an example which recently happened in Ludhiana in Punjab, where a wrong body was handed over to a family. Actually, what happened in that case was a diseased woman body was mistakenly handed over to the another family, and that another family they cremated the body also. So basically, they cremated the wrong remains, and they didn't even check the identity of the body. But then when original families came and the body which was handed over to them does not belong to their person, so they registered a criminal case against the that mortuary in charge and the even hospital management under various section of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. So basically, the points to remember for these cases is whenever we are handling the body, importance proper identification of the body is very important, and the tagging that should be done. And whenever we are handing over the body, it should be properly verified, and proper documentation should be maintained before release of the body, and chain of custody should be maintained, like from whom to whom, and then next body is handed over. So with that, I am just giving my points. So whenever we have to train our mortuary technician, they must be trained that how they have to receive the body. When they are receiving, they have to do verification that the actually the body belongs to the person to whom the family members are saying. Some ID proof, Aadhaar card or whatever ID proof that should be taken along with, and ID proof of the brought by who are bringing the body should also be kept along with, and proper documentation that how that death has occurred. If the patient was a hospitalized patient, then hospital record should be available. And if the person, like sometime hospital record is not available, the old person, like in Punjab, we get very common such a request that some of the family member is in Canada or England, and they just want to keep the body for 2 3 days till that family members arrive, and then the cremation will be done. So that proper documentation, whatever it should be there in the request application. Okay. And then cold storage and freezer management. I will share our one case where we had problem with this also. And again, very important infection control that we have all seen during our COVID time. And sometimes even medical legal cases are also kept where autopsy has to be done. First, I will tell about the cold storage. Actually, mortuary freezer, which are usually available in the institute, they are usually set at either 0 to 4 degrees Celsius temperature. Usually, the medical colleges, usually, I am saying, they don't have freezer of minus degree, but there are few centers where they have minus degree. Even yesterday only, I was in Ludhiana and I was in DMC Ludhiana, and they have the freezer of minus 30 degree. Okay. And earlier, last time I went to Guru Gobind Singh Medical College, Faridkot, even they had of minus 30 degree that cooling cabinets. But routinely, the medical colleges that they have, uh, they are at 0 to 4 degree. Okay. Although at this temperature, decomposition process slows, but it does not stop. Okay. So we cannot keep bodies at in these freezers for a longer period. For longer period, we need freezer at least with minus 20 degree Celsius. Okay. So, but I was telling earlier that this one case happened where actually in that case, the body was already in the early stage of decomposition. already there was greenish discoloration was there in the right iliac fossa, and that decomposed body was kept in the mortuary freezer, and that freezer also had some that developed some malfunction. Although when the body was kept at that time, freezer was okay, but during night time some malfunctioning occurred in the freezer, and that initiated the process of decomposition. Okay, and that had created a lot of challenges because uh, even body sometimes went even beyond identification also, and lot of smells that comes out, and that things happen. Okay, so we should be very clear that freezer is in the functioning state and the proper temperature is maintained. And I always propose that we should not have only one chamber, at least two. It's better that if we have more, so that at least one is in the working state. If one goes in malfunctioning, the body can be shifted to the other chamber. Or yesterday, just I told you, I went to DMC Ludhiana. What I saw there, they have minus 30 degree, but in that chamber they have two separate machines. Okay, although chamber is one, but two separate machine, and at a time one machine works, and daily they alternate. So one machine is on rest for one day, and then it's alternating. So it's not that one machine is continuously working. Okay, so I think that's a very good option, that when they should have at least two machines and one should be on rest. Then whenever we are handling the body, we must take care of the infections. Okay, basically, see, it's not possible that before preserving the body, we will get the viral markers. So we should actually treat all bodies as potentially infectious body, and we should follow the universal precautions in handling all bodies, like the personal protective equipment that we have started using during corona time, but routinely also it's better that at least gloves, we should wear gloves, we should wear mask, and that gowns we should wear while we are handling with that bodies. Okay, and that our surfaces and instruments should be properly disinfected, so that if some fluid discharge is there, it does not infect the other our attendants or technicians. Okay, and waste disposal should be as per biomedical waste rules. It should not be that body parts are thrown in the general waste. Okay, so although dead bodies, like we sometimes says that it's a properly preserved, but still they can carry pathogens. So we should follow the precautions as much.
Few point I will tell you about embalming. Although embalming, we say that it is the subject of anatomy department, but
I will share my next slide also, that we forensic medicine person should also be trained in the process of embalming. Just embalming, we all know that what is embalming. It is chemical preservation of the human remains. It slows decomposition, it reduces odor. Although it reduces odor of the decomposition, but embalming fluid have their own odor. That is a separate issue. And it makes the body disinfected, so that even the student who use it for study purpose, like there is no fear of any infection, and it provides the body in a presentable appearance. Typical embalming fluid we use is formaldehyde, methanol, sodium borate, glycerin, phenol. We use combination of all these. Let me share our institute experience regarding this embalming fluid. Our institute started in the year 2005, and the initially, so it's almost 20 years back. Initially, in our institute, when it started, we were using only and only formaldehyde for embalming purpose. Okay, although with formaldehyde body was preserved, but formaldehyde, it has its own smell, and it has this very irritating smell, and it sometimes it used to be very difficult to stand in the dissection hall. And another problem was that bodies which were preserved with only formaldehyde, they were very hard, and sometimes it was very difficult to dissect also. Okay. Then, luckily, our institute sent me for embalming training at Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. I did the training of 2 days there for embalming. And there we learned that we should not use only formalin. We should add up that spirit, that is methyl alcohol, and we should add the glycerin. We should add the phenol, that phenol that we use for cleaning the floors in a house also. Okay, then some other salt like sodium borate or sometimes lead compound also. So we should use these compound. By using these other compound, the amount of formaldehyde required is reduced. Okay, so when amount of formaldehyde is reduced, the bodies are not that much hard, and even the formaldehyde smell, that irritating smell, that is also automatically reduced. Okay. This we all know why embalming is done. Actually, in our institute, we are providing this service of embalming. Like we have a refinery in our city, and where the workers are from South India. And I remember that one such person died, and his body has to be shifted to that South Indian state, and the family requested for the embalming, and there was no other institute which was offering this service. So we provided that service for embalming. And even there was another case where postmortem has already been done. Even that again, body had to be shifted to the South Indian state, and because body had to be shifted by air, and postmortem has already been done. Okay. So the civil hospital where postmortem was conducted, they said that they are not authorized to provide the certificate of embalming, and even they are not properly trained also to conduct the embalming of a autopsy's body for which postmortem has already been done. So finally, the request came to our institute, and we did the embalming of the autopsy's body also. I will share in my next slide also how actually we did that. Okay. So basically, embalming is done when we have to transport the body at some distant place, or some delayed funeral rites that I already told you, that we have a lot of families where one family member is either settled in Canada or England, and some old person dies at home, and then they wait for that family member to arrive. So they request that body be kept for those number of days. Okay. Uh, for funeral viewing also sometimes, like it's there, and for medical education purpose, so we all know it, that bodies which are received in the by donation, voluntary donation program in the medical college, we have to do embalming, for upon which the MBBS student, they do the study, and even the postgraduate student, they also do the studies, and some research work also we all conduct on the bodies. Okay. So embalmed cadavers are used in the medical college for dissection purpose. With this embalming, which helps to preserve the anatomical structure for longer duration. How the embalming is done, actually, there are various procedures are adopted. Like sometimes we do it from the carotid artery, sometimes we do it from the femoral artery. So that procedure, depending upon the technician choice, or as per requirement, that procedure sometimes varies. Okay. So I will just actually my both topics are related with each other, like how mortuary technicians versus embalming. So best practice should be that standard operating procedure should be there for body reception, so that the problem which happened, I told you in Ludhiana, that wrong body was handed over, that such problem should not happen if there is proper SOP is maintained, that how body is received and how body is to be released. And regular cold storage audit should be there to check that temperature is maintained. Because sometimes we may be of the presumption that freezer is working, but it is not maintaining the proper cold temperature which is required. So regular audit by the electrician should be there. And it's better that double verification should be there by the staff before release of the body to the family member. And if possible, photographic records with family present be taken if it is allowed. Okay, the persons who are keeping the body and the person who are taking the body, whether a photo which can be easily taken with our mobile phone, that can be done. Okay. Otherwise, if problem arises, so we have to go for such unnecessary extra work have to be there to confirm that body belongs to the same person or there. And last point is very important. That staff training is very important because sometimes, not sometimes, I will say most of the time, that senior staff they actually delegate this duty to the junior most person or even to the attendant that who receives the body and hands over. And sometimes the HOD may not be even knowing that body was kept in the freezer. Okay, so that staff who are actually at the first contact, they should be timely trained. Okay, and their knowledge should be checked also time to time. So that is very important point, so that we should not have any legal or any other problem. Uh, I have already briefed it, but still, that one experience that we did the embalming after postmortem for air transport. So that request had come to our institute, and there was no other institute in our city who could do these services. So the only option would have left for the family was to take that autopsy body to New Delhi and then get it embalmed and then shift by air transport. But we did that. So that was the adult body for which postmortem had already been conducted, and body had to be transported by air. We know that after postmortem, body's cavities are open, all the blood has been drained, and bacterial activity is high. So there are a lot of challenges in doing embalming of a postmortem bodies compared to the other fresh bodies. Okay. And if we won't do proper embalming of this body, it could result in rapid decomposition because cavities are already open. Okay, so that increase the rate of decomposition. So it can, if proper embalming is not done, it can have a lot of problems during the transport. So what we did actually in that case, we first opened the stitches, okay, and then we cleaned the body from inside, and we did limbs embalming separately. Like lower limb we did, upper limbs we did, and then that through arteries, through femoral artery we did for lower limb, and through neck carotid arteries we did for the upper part of the bodies, and limbs axillary artery we used. Okay, and then for cavities we took the permission from the family member and we removed the part of the intestines because we know that most of the bacteria are lodged in the intestines, and they are the source of the further decomposition. So with the permission, with the proper consent from the family members, because postmortem has already been conducted, we removed the intestines, and proper consent was taken for this removal of the intestines, and we filled uh, cotton, equal amount of cotton trenched with formalin in the cavities. We did that. Okay, and over the surface we again applied that formalin solution, and we injected also wherever we could, like on the face, over the sole, over the palm. We did the injection of the formalin. Actually, that was our first experience that we were doing the embalming of an autopsy's body. Okay, then after that again the body was stitched again. Okay, and in individual organs also, like lungs, liver, kidneys, the formal injection was given to the individual organs. Okay, after that proper wrapping and it was done and body was handed over to that family, and then after that we did the follow up with the family also, that whether the certificate of embalming which was given by us, which was given by the anatomy department and signed by the forensic person also on the proper letterhead of the institute, whether that was accepted by the airport authority. The family said ki yes, that was accepted by the airport authority, and body went safely to their native place, and cremation was done, though they had no issue. So this was the feedback we received from the family. Okay. Similar, another case, we got a request from the child. One child has died with the accidental injuries. But in that case, what happened? The family member, they requested to waive off for getting waiving of the postmortem to the sub-divisional magistrate, and they got the permission for waiving of the postmortem, and but still body had to be shifted to the South Indian state, and they requested for the embalming. Although the body was not autopsied, earlier we thought that we could do it with the same process by which we do the embalming of the adult body, but we thought that why to give the incision or the inguinal region or the carotid, we just because it was small child, we just did the injection. We made the solution of all that content, formaldehyde, methanol, and that glycerin, sodium borate, phenol. With all those compounds, we made the solution, and we injected. Multiple injection was given, and again, then proper wrapping of the body was done and handed over to the family members. And after that, we got the feedback that it was preserved, and our certificate was also accepted by the airport authorities. Okay. So this is actually I have just tried to share my experience of handling the like embalming process. So I'm open for the questions.
Thank you, sir,
Thank you,
for
sir,
the
for the
session
wonderful
and
session
sharing
and
of your
sharing of your
knowledge.
knowledge.
Sir,
So,
one
one
question
question
I
I
want
want
to
to
ask,
ask
after this
after this
procedure,
procedure,
how many
how
days
many
can we
days can we
expect
expect
this
this
to be
to be
preserved
preserved
with a
with a
maintained
maintained
viscera and all
viscera and all
maintained in the
maintained
nice
in the nice
position?
position?
Ma'am, if body is not autopsied, okay, then see in the anatomy department also the embalmed bodies are kept even for longer time, even for even up to 6 months also the bodies are kept. Okay, for properly embalmed bodies, but better that if body is embalmed, still body be kept in the freezer. Okay. And like I told, at some places now these days -30-degree freezers are there. If they are available, if they have to keep the body for longer purpose, better that, because we should not take the risk. Okay. Because once the decomposition process starts, then it is difficult to control that process. It's better that we should not even let the process start.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Any other
Any other
questions
questions
from the
from
audience?
the audience?
Rather, not question, but a suggestion that you have presented the mixed body case for the this mortuary, and the other body was handed over. So I just this is because one of the chapter I contributed in one book related to the identification. So when we were students, for 10 years, we used to study the same identification things. Later on, I suggested Dr. Putul to have some new ideas in identification. So maybe 10 years back, we have done one chapter for the identification. I have revised many things. Set for identification. To Dr. Parmod sir is that can you brief us something about what are the precautions we will take in the mortuary for correctly identifying the bodies with more precision? Some few points, maybe three, four important points that we can take.
So actually, see, like I told you that case happened. First of all, when we are handing over back to the family member, they must check the face. This problem comes when there are more than one body.
Yes, sir. एक बार open करके
If there is one body, there won't be any problem. But when there are more than one body is kept in the freezer and one family comes to take the body, at least they must check the face. That is the minimum requirement. Plus, uh, any identification mark if it can be checked, and it should be verified by the our mortuary staff also who is handing over, or in whose presence the body was kept. Like in our institute, our security guard in the presence, so better that security guard who has kept the body. And like in our institute we have 9 chambers, 9 cooling chamber of one body each, and we have given number like 1 to 9. So we have maintained a register also. In that register, we note down that this person's body has been kept in this number, like number one or number two or number three, and body was kept
these
by these
persons who have
persons who have brought by.
their mobile
Their mobile
numbers are
numbers are
also
also
noted
noted
down.
down.
Okay, and
And the
the
security guard who has kept the body, his signature is there. So we had maintained a one register in that. Uh, so we should take all these precautions, like some SOPs should be also be maintained, that these procedures should be done so that such problems should not come. That body handed over to some other families by mistake, this should not come.
So what I interpret is that two main thing you are suggesting. One is the face recognition, and second is maintenance of register in which we number each body, and the number should be written on the body itself, as well as the mobile number is unique mobile number is there. So this uniqueness is maintained. Very nice suggestion, sir. I think many people will be taking help from this kind of session to implement at their own places. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I would like to ask you a question. Sir, as
Sir,
you
as
had
you had
mentioned that
mentioned that
for a
for a
body,
body,
you had
you had
packed the
packed
body
the body
cavities with
cavities with
cotton
cotton
soaked in
soaked in
formalin
formalin
solution,
solution,
and then the
and then the
wounds
wounds
were
were
sealed.
sealed.
Sir, I would
Sir, I
just
would
want to
just want to
know
know
what was the
what was the
sealing
sealing
procedure
procedure
used to
used to
avoid
avoid
spillage.
spillage.
No, actually, see, all the blood was already drained from the body. We washed the all the fluids as much as possible. We have already cleaned the body from the inside, and with the dry cotton, all the cavities were cleaned. Organs had been removed in that case, and then we filled the body with that cotton trenched with the formalin, and then we put the stitching was done. After that, body was wrapped with the like gauze, like simple bandage we use it was wrapped with that. But even we use that plaster also that we use in the hospital cases, after operation over the stitches, that plaster was used to avoid the spillage.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any
Any
questions from the
questions from the
audience?
audience?
Hello.
Good
Good
morning,
Yes, sir.
morning,
sir.
Pramod sir.
Good morning.
Dr.
Dr.
Atul
Atul
Kechi here.
Kechi here.
Good morning,
Sir,
sir.
Sir,
most of the
time,
time,
whenever
whenever postmortems are
postmortems are
conducted and
conducted
body
and
is
body is
autopsied,
autopsied,
and we
and we
ask
ask
or
or
request for
request
the
for the
anatomy
anatomy
people,
people,
the body
the
has to
body
go
has to go
long
long
and
and
please do
please
the
do the
embalming.
embalming.
So most
So
of
most of
the
the
time they are
time they are
not
not
ready.
ready.
They're
They are
not
not
ready to
ready to
do
do
embalming in
embalming
such
in such
autopsied
autopsied
bodies,
bodies,
and they are
and they are
always
always
saying
saying
we are
we are
not
not
trained
trained
to
to
do
do
embalming in
embalming
such
in such
bodies.
bodies.
So most
So
of the
most of
time
the
we
time
have
we
to
have to
do
do
embalming in
embalming
such
in such
bodies
bodies
which are
which are
autopsied by
autopsied by
us
us
and which
and
are to
which are
be
to be
sent to
sent
for
to for
long
long
distances.
distances.
So
So
thank you
thank you
very much,
very
sir,
much,
for
sir, for
sharing your
sharing your
insights
insights
into
into
conducting
conducting
embalming in
embalming
such
in such
cases.
cases.
And
And
thank you, sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I fully agree with you that it's very difficult to convince the anatomy faculty members
Yes,
to
sir.
do
Yes, sir.
the embalming of an autopsy body,
Yes, sir.
Yes,
but
sir.
we need coordination. But
Definitely.
Bilkul.
once we do it, na, they also get confident.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
also
They
get
also get
Someday
confident.
confident
involve
and
them.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
They also
They
give
also
us the
give us the
form
form
which is to be
to be
given for
given for
the with the
which is to be
sent with the
sent with
body.
the body.
But
Yes,
But
they
they
won't
won't
sign.
sign.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
As we conclude this session, we thank Dr. Pramod Goel sir for simplifying such complex topics. Imagine standing at the edge of science and law, where every finding can shift the balance of justice. Yet, the answers are never black and white. Today, we are privileged to have with us a speaker who navigates these complexities daily. To take us through the delicate, often high stakes world of modern forensic changes, please help me in welcome Dr. Yakubu Mangiji sir. Now, I would like to request our chairperson to introduce our Dr. Yakubu Mangiji sir.
Good morning, Dr. Yakubu. We welcome you to our conference. And a short introduction about Dr. Yakubu. He is BSc Botany, MSc Cytogenetics and Plant Breeding, PhD Ecology and Environmental Studies, and he is a senior lecturer in Department of Biotechnology. His session today is title is about the CRISPR forensic dilemma, predicting and mitigating DNA tampering and biocrimes. So, Dr. Yakubu, please start your session.
All right. Uh, Sorry, please, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
you
you
are
are
audible.
All right. All right. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
All right, that's fine. All right. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. So, uh, my name is Dr. Yakub Magaji Yoguda. So, I'm here to present on the CRISPR forensic dilemma, predicting and mitigating the DNA tampering and biocrimes. Uh, so, as we all know, that in this era, molecular biology is highly increasing, and genome editing has been transformative force in life sciences and human medicine, offering an unprecedented opportunity to dissect complex biological processes and treat the underlying cause of many diseases. Uh, just like the modern pathologies that occur in here, because most of the diseases here we are facing now deals with the DNA, deals with genetic material. So CRISPR-Cas9, which is an enzyme, has democratized enzyme gene editing, offering unprecedented power to modify DNA with high precision, high speed, and also is very affordable. So using the same power of this innovation, so it creates a pathway for sophisticated manipulation of biological evidence in forensics. So such like DNA tampering and the potential for novel biological traits, that is a biocrime. So with this innovation, with this kind of gene editing tool that is now available, so there are certain ways that we can manipulate our DNA or DNA that have been present in a biological crime, sorry, in a crime scene, or at a medical uh, as which can be used as at the medical perspective for gene therapy. So here I'm trying to I will be focusing on the DNA tampering using CRISPR. So let me just go briefly on the mechanism of which this CRISPR-Cas9 operates. So normally there are components of which this CRISPR gene editing tool has, which includes the guide RNA. So this guide RNA is a synthetic RNA molecule which is being designed to complement to a specific targeted base pairs in a particular DNA. So as we can see, let's just take, for example, this is the targeted DNA, the targeted gene that is going to be manipulated or going to be edited or inserted or deleted. So this particular guide RNA target that specific area which is being targeted by a forensic scientist or molecular biologist or any person that is trying to edit that particular DNA. So, and there is an enzyme that is attached to this particular CRISPR, which acts like a scissors. So this enzyme, like, it's just like molecular scissors that cuts the DNA that's attached to the CRISPR. So that is the Cas9 enzyme. So there are other enzymes apart from the Cas9. There is also Cas12 and also Cas13. So this acts as like a molecular scissor that creates a double-stranded cut at a specific DNA site in which the guide RNA can attach to it, which the with the CRISPR mechanism can use that particular guide RNA to cut or insert a specific DNA or temper that particular targeted DNA. So that is the main component of this CRISPR mechanism. So in a nutshell, the targeted DNA sequence is identified, just like you can see. The guide RNA, which is complementary to DNA sequence, bind to the specific targeted sequence on that particular DNA. So the Cas9 enzyme, that is the molecular scissors, uses a specific DNA sequence, that is the PAM, to find the correct spot that and binds to this particular specific DNA sequence, cut that particular strand, which enables the DNA tampering. So once this particular targeted DNA sequence is cut, so there are mechanisms that the CRISPR operates or the system is being programmed to make either uh, to make either insertion or deletion or any other manipulation that you are trying to do. So now let's talk about the dilemma of this particular CRISPR mechanism. So the new phase of this evidence of manipulation, which is new phase of evidence manipulation, be it evidence from the crime scene or any other place that is being obtained. So the CRISPR precision allows for the creation of false identities in forensic samples, potentially undermining the reliability of the DNA. So using this particular mechanism, using this particular tools, so there are changes or there are manipulation that you can easily do with high precision, very easily, and high speed, that you can just manipulate or change this story of a particular DNA. So this can be done using editing the crime scene. So in this process, DNA, a foreign DNA or an innocent DNA, can be introduced in a crime scene, which result to the editing of the particular DNA or evidence, biological evidence DNA that is being obtained from the crime scene. Example, let's say mostly we targeted the single nucleotide polymorphism in a particular DNA. So whenever an external or foreign DNA is being introduced, so this single nucleotide polymorphism or short tandem repeats, that is STR, at a crime scene can be framed or can be changed with an innocent or DNA. So in a nutshell, using gene editing tools or using editing the crime scene process of DNA, so you can easily temper a particular DNA evidence that is being obtained from a crime scene very easily without without any complication or any not bias or unprecision. So this CRISPR-Cas9 gives this room for this editing. And also there are other chimera crimes. There is chimera crimes. In these chimera crimes, in forensic science, a chimera is just like a person that has different set of DNA. So these two set of different DNA gives a uh, high challenge of which a DNA sample can be identified or can be profiled and directly link it to a specific person or a particular person. So those people that have chimera DNA, so it's very difficult to differentiate their DNA in a crime scene with a criminal or any other innocent person because they have two different set of DNA. So of which before that is the contemporary we only rely on the specificness or specificity of a DNA that every person in this world has a specific DNA. So as the evolvement occur as we progress, so this camera DNA come into play. So that is even a case of Lydia Fairchild. She almost lost her, let's say, biological custody of her child due to this chimera DNA. So the woman, she was chimera. Uh, she has a DNA that are of two different sets, in which there is a case. The case, I think, the case is very common. So the child, because the DNA tested proved she was not the mother. Yeah, she was not the mother of that particular child because she have two set of different DNA. It was later discovered that she was a chimera. Her blood DNA is different from the DNA in her reproductive system. So during the child gestation period, so the child absorbed a different DNA, different set of DNA from her blood DNA. So after the paternity test, so it was now realized that the child have different DNA, and she has also a different set of DNA. So at long last, it was now realized that she's chimera. So this chimera DNA leads about manipulation of a DNA sample that is being obtained from a crime scene. So likewise, synthetic DNA. So this synthetic DNA is the introduction of an innocent or plant DNA sequence into a crime scene also, just like it's also similar to the gene editing tool. Using the CRISPR mechanism or CRISPR gene editing tool to generate a large amount of synthetic DNA, matching a specific profile and planting it at a particular time. So if you synthesize a particular DNA, you can plant that particular DNA, be it in the crime scene or in the laboratory, and this can be done by a forensic scientist or molecular biologist, which can liaise with any criminal to also make these changes. So it's very easy to synthesize a DNA. As we all know now we have the PCR. So a DNA sequence can be obtained and can be amplified. Using that amplified DNA, then you use this particular CRISPR gene mechanism editing tool to introduce that particular DNA in a biological sample, which makes it very, very difficult to uh, profile this DNA and link it to a particular crime. So now let's talk about the biocrimes and bioterrorism with the aids of this using CRISPR gene editing tool. The precision of this gene editing can be weaponized using the CRISPR, which significantly lowers the barrier for the state and non-state actors to engineer novel biological agents. Uh, just like the world is moving, crimes is increasing. Now we are the people that is the bad people to move towards using biocrimes to target a particular population or to commit a crime, which is very easy and it's very, very detrimental. Very, very detrimental. So these biocrimes, there are a set of pathogens that can be engineered in which they can cause a serious detrimental or fatal crimes. So these engineered pathogens can be used to increase virulence, that is the virosity of a particular microorganisms, and also its transmission. Let's say a particular microorganism, you can use a particular microorganism that is not highly transmitted or highly communicable. So with an engineered gene of that particular microorganism using the CRISPR. So the virulence or the transmission of these microorganisms or this virus or this pathogen can be increased. This can be done by modifying the existing bacteria or virus, just like maybe let's say COVID-19. So the gene of that particular COVID-19 or SARS-CoV can be engineered or modified in which it can be more virulent or more detrimental or more communicable than it is before, which uh which is which is very, very, very detrimental that it can be it can be used to edit that particular gene also to make that particular virus or bacteria resistant to a particular vaccine or treatment. So this is very dangerous in the sense that when this thing occur, it is very, very difficult to control it because when you are trying to develop a treatment or vaccine of a particular microorganism or virus, it not just take a day or weeks to even develop this particular vaccine or treatment because it takes a longer time. So as the process of developing this treatment or vaccine undergoes, so these engineered pathogens can move to the extent that it will be very pandemic, like it can cause a serious trouble using this. So this engineered microorganism can be isolated in a particular container and be used as a biological weapons. So it's a very dangerous thing. And also, you can also engineer this particular virus or bacteria or any other pathogens to be host specific in the sense that it can be used to it can be used to target a particular population that in which the engineered pathogens can the gene of a particular population can be used as a main prime target by the engineered pathogen using the CRISPR-Cas mechanism. So it is very also dangerous. Let's say, for example, you will be trying to target a particular population that has a specific enzyme which can be used for the transmission. Let's say lactate dehydrogenase. So any population that possesses lactate dehydrogenase in their gene. So this particular engineered virus or pathogen uses lactate dehydrogenase in their replication mechanism to cause virulence or transmission. So any person or any population that has this particular enzyme so are very exposed or are very prone to that particular transmission. So are also targeted biological agents. So this with use of this CRISPR, uh, there is a gene using a specific gene to drive using a specific genes to identify to rapidly spread a trend that is, let's say, toxic molecule in a particular gene. You can edit a particular microorganism or bacteria to introduce a toxins which can be isolated or which can be accumulated in that particular microorganisms or bacteria or pathogens, be it pathogen, so that can be used to transmit or drive that toxins to a particular place or to a specific population. So these pathogens can be engineered also or can be altered in order to accumulate or to drive or to transmit a particular specific toxins to a population, which is also very dangerous. And also, uh, as in medicine, this CRISPR gene editing tool is highly, highly essential as therapeutics. So with this CRISPR, when it's employed in the medicine, care is not taken, so it leads to mutation. This mutation can lead to a particular cancer or malignancy. So when using CRISPR gene editing tool, as far as the intended use is not being properly arranged or is not being properly utilized, so it causes a serious problem which can lead to a detrimental diseases like cancer. So nearly all CRISPR application in medicine and agriculture have a potential malicious counterpart. When it has the positive side, so the counterpart of the negative side, so there is also a counterpart at the negative side. So making the regulation incredibly very difficult because a policy maker or a particular government can just focus on the therapeutic use of the CRISPR, while not knowing there are other pupils or other population that targeted the negative impact of this particular CRISPR. So it's a very important, like, to mitigate or to see the positive side of that particular gene editing tool, and also trying to mitigate or limited the use of that particular gene editing tool at the negative side. So now, when this all these processes occurred, be it using in the biocrimes, be it in DNA tampering or manipulation of forensic evidence or forensic samples or biological samples. So, how can we identify this manipulation? How can we mitigate this negative impact, negative use of this particular gene editing tool? So, the key tools or the key to mitigate the development of forensic tools like beyond the standard DNA profiling is just by employing the use of next generation forensic technologies, using the next generation sequencing technology to profile any DNA that is being manipulated or any DNA that is being found at a particular as a biological evidence, to check the authenticity or to check the credibility of this particular DNA. So now, first of all, this is this is the just the let's say flaw of this next generation sequencing technology. Now let's focus on the repair signature. When there is tampering in a particular biological sample, when there is engineered uh, pathogens, when there is any crisis that involves manipulation or that involves engineered biological evidence. So now, this particular next generation sequencing technology can be used to mitigate this process by focusing on the repair. This focusing on the repair signatures can be done in two ways. First of all, by detecting the NHEG, that is non-homologous, non-homologous, uh, that is homologous direct repair, and not, and also checking the NHEG. So this NHEG repair pathway, there are two. This are two different pathways. So these two different pathways, the NHEG repairs pathway often leaves a small scar, that is the indels, at a specific cut site. When this CRISPR gene editing tool is being used, using the guide RNA, a cut is being processed using the Cas9 enzyme, let's say the Cas9 enzyme, that is molecular scissors. So there is an indels that will be left at that particular cut site. So this pathway using the next generation sequencing technology detects this particular cut site, that is indels at that particular cut site. So, and also detecting the HDR, that is the homologous direct repair templates. So editing requires a particular template. That is, let's say the guide RNA is a template that can be used to make the code, which can be used by the CRISPR to make insertion or deletion. So just like the normal process of the PCR that we use, uh, we synthesize a molecular primer, which is of 10 to 20 base pairs. So a primer can be used with the can be used as a guide by the molecular, so the replicatory enzyme to make the amplification. So just like the case of PCR, so this CRISPR, the gene editing tool, uses this particular guide RNA. So identifying the templates that is being used, or the synthetic template is synthesized, the synthetic template that is being used can be easily identified using the next generation sequencing technology. So this next generation sequencing technology uses to search for the remnants of this synthetic template DNA. When there are the guide RNA is used, or so there are specific templates, or there are specific remnants of that particular template, DNA template that is being used. So the next generation sequencing technology can be used to identify this remnant. So therefore, whenever there is this remnant, this remnant is present, so definitely this DNA is being tampered. Or whenever there is detection of NHEG, definitely there is DNA tampering in this particular biological samples, which can render it as non-authentic. And also offsite target effect screening, that is OTE screening. The CRISPR editing is really 100% precise. It cannot be a particular gene cannot be edited 100%. So using off-target effect screening so causes unintended mutation at a similar sequence elsewhere in the genome that is going to be edited, that is the targeted DNA. So detecting the pattern of these common OTEs, this indicate CRISPR use or CRISPR editing. So since it is not 100% efficient or 100% precise, there are some unintended that cannot be 100% mitigated mutation that occurred in this targeted DNA. So once this particular unintended mutation have been detected or is being detected, so definitely CRISPR gene editing tool has been used or employed. So and also methylation and epigenetic analysis, looking at the age of the DNA, that is a natural state of the DNA. So this natural state and the age of a particular DNA can be detected. So looking at it, it gives a more information whether this DNA is being edited or being man-tempered. So synthetically generated DNA may lack natural epigenetic modifications. Definitely, if a DNA is being synthesized or being inserted synthetically, so they may lack a particular epigenetic modification, which is very natural in our system outside in our cells. So in this particular gene editing process, this are missing, just like DNA methylation patterns. So in methylation patterns, when a DNA is being synthesized and being edited using the CRISPR, so all these methylation patterns are being missing. So uh, definitely the use of the CRISPR or DNA tampering can be detected using methylation epigenetic analysis. So the mitigation strategies, that is by policy and regulation. So this mitigation requires robust oversight of the tools and material and expertise. Because definitely before you perform this particular gene editing process, you must have the tools to do this process. You must buy the agents, you must buy a lot of tools. So you must get the material for this particular gene editing process also. And also you need the expertise. That is expert and just layman cannot do this particular operation or cannot do this manipulation. So there must be an expert input. So now to mitigate this, it is highly recommended to adopt KYC for biosuppliers, that is, know your customers for biosuppliers. Because if the tools and materials that are being used for this particular gene editing processes are being centralized, are being are being monitored, and the customers or the scientists or the experts that uses these particular tools or materials are being known, be it from their laboratories, their profile, biological profiles, and everything that are being known. So definitely it is very easy to trace any particular tools or materials that is being used for this gene editing process, and also to trace the person or any other individual or expert that use these gene editing tools or materials. So adopting know your customer for biosupplies is highly recommended, and also ensuring data privacy and transparency. So mandating the logging of all custom that is genetically synthetically prepared guide RNA sequence ordered globally. So whenever there is an order of this custom-made DNA or RNA, so it can be let's say it can be isolated or be preserved in a specific database of which so person, so company has been ordered for this particular guide RNA or synthesized RNA. So whenever this company or this person ordered for this guide RNA or this synthesized DNA or RNA, so it should be inputted in a specific that centralized database that can be accessed at all times by forensic officers, by the government, by anybody, so that it can just be easily to see so company has been ordered for this gene editing tool, custom made DNA or custom made RNA. So for cross referencing. So if this is being done, so it is very easily for during cross investigation to cross reference whether these tools is being employed in a particular crime or not. So it's very important to do that. Then also international harmonization, establishing a global norms that is, let's say, through a biological weapon convention uh, that regards the responsible conduct of research and mandated reporting of high risk experiment. So whenever research is going to be conducted using these particular sensitive tools, so it must be monitored, and all each and every process of this particular research or this particular analysis should be reported to a specific body in order to mitigate the process of this of using it as biological crimes or in DNA tampering, and also mandatory training. So improper handling of this particular equipment, some scientists or researchers or even the molecular biologists or forensic scientists may not know that they are drilling from the normal standard of using these particular materials, of which may result a negative side, or the outcome of this particular experimental process may be negative, which can affect them and can affect the society unknowingly. So without proper training or knowing the standard of how to use these particular tools or materials, so it is very dangerous for for any kind of person or any scientist that don't know the technical know-how of using these particular materials to get exposed to this thing. So that is required for mandatory trainings. So the
Sir, please
biosecurity in the age
summarize.
of
Time is getting over.
yeah, okay. So the biosecurity in the age of CRISPR, this can be achieved by taking a productive defense against biocrime using the CRISPR. So synthetic biology by using synthetic biology surveillance. So that is using the databases for gene deposit, and also in silico analysis of any particular sequences that is being produced. Also rapid diagnosis countermeasures, infrastructure protection, whistleblowing protection also. The ethical and legal vacuum of this CRISPR gene editing tool challenges to existing legal framework. There are intent versus action. How do we prove malicious intent when the material Cas9 guide RNA are widely available and dual use? So, and also defining biological weapons, does an engineered, non-lethal, yet destructive micro example, one that degrades infrastructure, qualify as a biological weapon or not? CRISPR challenges the traditional definition. So the use of this CRISPR gene editing challenge the tradition of this biological weapon, the legal liability, the post convention, post conviction problem. So these are the ethical and legal vacuum that we have of using this CRISPR. So the future outlook of and call to action of this gene editing tool. So there is a investment priority, interdisciplinary collaboration, not just from by the forensic scientists only. So lawyers, intelligence analysts, botanists, biologists, microbiologists. There is really serious sense of interdisciplinary collaboration. Embrace new editing tools apart from the CRISPR. So let's think about new gene editing tools that is safer to use apart from the use of this CRISPR. So, in conclusion, the CRISPR forensic dilemma represents one of the most significant challenges to integrity of biological evidence in modern era. While the CRISPR-Cas9 offers revolutionary potential for medicine, its democratization has opened a Pandora's box for sophisticated DNA tampering and biocrimes that could undermine the very foundation of the justice system. These are the references. So thank you so much for your time and listening.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
And
thank you.
I think you have opened the glimpses, given a wonderful glimpse of how CRISPR-Cas9 gene is affecting DNA tampering and
Yeah.
leading to genetic engineering, may lead to bioterrorism or biocrimes.
Mm.
And for this, I think we understand that DNA for identification, we can have in mind, behind our mind, that there are things, there are genes that can affect the DNA identification.
Definitely.
Right.
Definitely.
So, thank you, sir. For any questions from the audience? Though this topic is not very much related and not to our
Yeah.
forensic science, actually it is in the science and our thing, genetics part is not dealing with us. So we cannot go into the depth of this article, but it was wonderfully presented, sir. Any questions from the audience? No, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
One question is there. Thank you.
So, this CRISPR technique, either it is intentional only or unintentional at the crime scene. Because crime scene, if there are DNA at crime scene, it can causes difficulty. It's okay. And if it is crime scene not involved and it is intentionally, then it is about the chain. It's the problem with the chain. So I don't think we need to think about it. Means if chain is not properly maintained, then it is not legally acceptable again. So what is the medico-legal importance of it?
Okay, definitely this gene editing process is highly I would just say is intentional because sometimes whenever a crime perpetrator or any person that is intended to commit a particular crime so may have the intention of editing or manipulation in order to mimic or to divert the attention of a forensic scientist or the policymakers or any other. So with this intentional use of this CRISPR, so someone, an innocent person can be framed in the sense that it will be planned and also employed at a specific crime that can divert or that can let's say divert or render the inauthenticity of that particular DNA, but it will be unknowingly because with this use of this CRISPR, you cannot just see it as taking a biological samples, processing and maintaining chain of custody and presenting in the court, making it as permissible or acceptable in the court. So as far as this is being employed intentionally, it is very difficult to detect it because it can be intentionally used to frame an innocent person. So
So it's
this
basically
is
ethical issue.
yes,
It's
yes,
basically
yes.
ethical issue. Okay,
So
thank you.
yes. So I'm also encouraging or recommending that whenever a biological sample is being obtained from a crime scene, so yeah, you cannot just believe that the chain of custody is being maintained because you don't know who the experts that is handling this particular biological evidence. So definitely some maybe the crime criminals or any other external factor can make into play and liaise with the scientist or any person that is involved in the chain of custody to make this manipulation, and which can be seen easily that chain of custody is maintained in the court. So there are serious ethical issues in this in case of this biological evidence. So that I recommend that whenever biological sample is being collected at a crime scene, so such particular profiling are highly recommended to ensure that there is no DNA tampering because this can be done without any detection or any uh, bias or deviation from the chain of custody. So that is it.
We are truly honored, Dr. Yakubi Mangiji sir, to have you. Thank you for enlightening us on such an important topic.
May I now humbly request respected Dr. Pradeep Padeshwar sir to kindly come on the podium and felicitate our chairperson, respected Dr. Richa Gupta ma'am, professor and head of department at SM Medical College, Agra, Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. Anil Mangeshkar sir, professor and head of department at GMC Mandsaur. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Now, may I humbly request our chairperson, respected Dr. Umesh Chaudhary, sir, professor and head of department at AIMS Udaipur, and respected Dr. Syed H. Huzair, sir, associate professor at BRIMS, Bidar, Karnataka, to please come on the stage and chair the upcoming session.
Thank you, sir. We all are strive for productivity, but none of it matters without safety. Many of us are unaware of the silent hazards present in our working environments, chemical, physical, and biological, that can have long-term effects on our health. To help us navigate this risk and ensure a healthier, safer, and compliant workplace, we are honored to have with us Dr. Tejas Prajapati sir, who will shed light on workplace toxicants. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tejas Prajapati sir to the stage. Now, I would like to request our chairperson to introduce our Dr. Tejas Prajapati sir.
Good morning, all. So, it is my privilege to introduce a dynamic personality who has been working in some of the gray areas we usually forget. That is the toxicology. Sir is MBBS, MD Forensic Medicine, and Diploma in Clinical Toxicology from Australia. He is a consultant medical toxicologist attached to Narendra Modi Medical College, LG Hospital, Ahmedabad. He expertises in first of its kind chemical lab or toxicology lab by name Athar Toxiscreen, consultant medical toxicology for key Gujarat agencies including workplace diagnosis, management preparation, disaster management team, Indian Red Cross, Forensic Science Lab Gujarat, Police Academy Gujarat, and Maritime Board of Gujarat. Sir has more than 10 years of experience in this field, and sir will be taking a session and enlightening us on common workplace toxins and share his words of wisdom for us so that we can take a good message from his talk. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you so much, sir, for the introductions of mine. I would like to thank Dr. Seema, madam, and the Medical College and GLAFIMS for giving me this opportunity to present over here. So yes, can we have my slides, please? Yeah. So today, I think there are so many sessions on forensic aspects. So I would little bit of different from the forensic and not different, but the toxicology. So we will just try to have an. So the first slides of mine said toxicokinetics. It's not a rocket science. Okay, so there are many things that we have to understand from a toxicology point of view. Many times as we are getting patients from a different kind of hospitals and different kinds of calls, and we are getting that this is the patient who have ingested this much of tablets, this much of any compounds, then what to do next? So important thing in any kind of uh, presentations is the kinetics and dynamics, that we have to understand whether this kind of a compound is going to be absorbed, and if it is absorbed, then what extent. I would just like to ask the audience here that many times we are getting different kinds of calls from a different kind of intensivist. We all know the mercuries that has been used in thermometer and sphygmomanometer. So if anyone mistakenly been ingested that thermometer's mercury, then what to do next? Then what to do next? If anyone can please respond to this. Yes? We don't have? We don't have to do anything. Why? Elemental mercury is not poisonous. So, yes, I think you are absolutely right, because we are not knowing sometimes the form of mercuries. But suppose that mercury is going to be poured on this velvet material. Okay. Then is it toxic? If suppose some that is formed, the pour on this velvet material, is it inhalational toxicity is there or not? There would be there. Because that inhalational toxicity of even elemental mercury can cause metal fume fever. So many times we don't know what kind of an kinetics and dynamics we are dealing with this kind of an issues. So that's why we have to understand the absorption, distributions, and eliminations of any kind of compounds that what we are dealing with. So that's what this is some of the greatest quotes that someone have said that 2 beers, his serum ethanol level is like that. The possible questions, how big was the beef and how big are the beers? And importantly, the honest, that's really been big, that has been taken beers or not. So many times we are getting patients of different kind of poisoning, but we don't have a much reliable history in occupational setups as well as in a day-to-day emergencies life. So can we rely on the history only if we are going to treat this kind of patients, or we should have something more which can guide us to treat this kind of patients in an emergency? We'll see. So that's why the toxicology is beautiful science of poisons. Is a study of adverse physicochemical effects of chemical, physical, and biological agents on living organisms and ecosystems, including preventions and ameliorations of such effects. Toxic agents can be anything. It may be a chemical, physical, or biological. So anything will be an excess that may be a toxic things that may happen. And that's why nowadays in a conference is not more than 10 minutes or 20-minute sessions are also there. So because if your attention span is not more than 10 minutes, then you cannot hear someone for more than 10 or 20 minutes if it is not interesting topics. So then occupational setups, it has really been very important to understand the substance, the toxic substance, because these are the discrete toxic properties. If I'm going to talk about the gasoline, it contains a mixture of many chemicals and may not have a constant composition on occupational setups. Suppose if I'm talking about a petrol which is available into the market, what kind of an toxic properties the petrol may have, we never ever think of. Because we have seen that lead has been removed from the petrol, and we have seen that unleaded petrol on the most of the petrol pump that has been written. Even though the lead was very, very effective for the automobile point of view, but it is toxic from the environmental point of view. That's why the lead was removed from the petrol. But the petrol may contain the benzene derivatives. So even the workers who are working into this kind of a petrol pump, they are working barehanded. So that might be possible because we all know the benzene is CMR properties. It may cause carcinogenic over the period of time. So that is very well absorbed from the skin, and that will go inside and that will reacting to your immune system, and later on that may be causing a carcinogenic effect. So that's why we have to understand the properties of a chemical, whether it is a single discrete chemical or a mixture of chemical, which may be a composition changes in industrial occupational setups. Different definitions been used differently. We'll not go into detail of definitions, but yes, xenobiotics, that is anything which is foreign to the organisms. We all know the types of toxic effects, whether it is of acute or chronic. From the occupational toxicants point of view, the chronic impacts are very, very important. Because over a period of time, this prolonged impacts may create occupational morbidity and mortality to the workers working in this kind of exposures. So that's why this is going to be very, very important aspects in occupational toxicology point of view. So this is all common fundamental principles we all know. All the substances are poisons. There is none which is not poisons. The right dose will differentiate whether it is poisons or the remedy. So that's a very way back in 14th century, Paracelsus has already been given this very important differentiation. And we all know that dose-response relationship, the best example is alcohol. Hopefully yesterday evening we have got a good amount of alcohol or something, so that maybe somehow got a more effect, some may have got a less effect. So I'll just touch upon some of the important event, and then we will go to the toxicological impact on occupational toxicology. It's a non-traditional weapon. It's been used in sulfur wars between the Athens and Spectra. 19th century Hong Kong was also been used in the arsenic-laced. This is a brave man drops sifted in the Rickling poisons cloud in World War. There have been chemical, biological, nuclear, and other toxins that have been classified. But the chemical agents that have been used in the World War, blistering agents or vesicants, pulmonary or choking agents, cellular asphyxiants or blood agents, nerve gas or incapacitants. Blistering agents, most important is levisite, phosgene, mustard of sulfur or nitrogen. There are so many industries in India who is manufacturing phosgene. Here, the phosgene is not like a phosphine, what we are teaching to the students. The phosgene is such a compound which may cause damage to the lungs almost after 72 hours of exposures in occupational setups. So if the person is exposed to phosgene of inhalation, because most of the occupational toxicants, they are more prone to have inhalational exposures. So if some person is exposed to this phosgene, they will have creating a lung damage almost after 72 hours. So that's why, and it is not a new compound that has been used in World Wars since many years, that may be irritating properties, minutes to hours. So if you're going to see the various accidents in a worldwide, due to the consequences are well known and gives a prominent cautions to prepare, practice and amend this kind of a toxic disaster management plan for each and every hazardous industries or the factories. As per the Amendment Factory Act, each chemical industry has to prepare this disaster management on-site and off-site plan to submit this Chief Inspector of Factories and Boilers for the approvals. Because at the time of emergencies, if you don't know how to get rid of this kind of casualties, then you may be in trouble legally also. Organizations worldwide have learned the importance of this kind of applications of preventions and amelioration of this effects very hard way. Why I'm telling very hard way? Because the industries on occupational point of view, they are just wait and watch for any kind of an incidents will be happen. And then they will back up. Therefore, the preventions, protection and suppression techniques must have to be applied to reduce the probability of any kind of chemical disasters. Some of the worst disaster we all know that happen, methyl isocyanates, ammonia. We'll just touch upon one of the important example, as we all know, the Bhopal gas tragedies. Important thing is that Union Carbide was involved into this kind of an activity, and that is insecticide. That are the manufacture of insecticide carbaryl. But importantly, that here the methyl isocyanate, which was an intermediate, it was released. And many of the people died, we all know. And most importantly, if you're going to talk about an occupational toxicants, here the important thing is that the occupational, each and every industry may have got MSDS. That is a material safety data sheets of the chemicals. So they can understand this is a properties of the chemicals, what they are using, manufacturing, processing, and each and every. But they don't have got any kind of a data for the intermediates. Either they have got a data for the raw materials or for the finished goods. So similarly, this company was having a data for the raw materials or the finished products, but the methyl isocyanate was the intermediate. When it is released, no one knows that what to do. For a long period of time, and we all know that there are many worst disaster, more than 2,000 people died. 10 to 15%, more than 5 lakhs have got chemicals in the blood. More than 1 lakh been suffer from the cancer, TB, blindness, stress disorder, menstrual irregularities, or maybe spontaneous abortion and stillbirth also. How it happened that accidental release been caused by the leakage of water into the methyl isocyanate storage tank, safety standards were not working. Importantly, in this kind of an occupational setup is that community awareness was not at all there. Nowadays, we are all looking after the industrial development. That's good. But the industry is developed just besides a residence. If you're going to see from Maharashtra to Gujarat or any other places in Maharashtra, I think Dombivli is the area nowadays the Maharashtra government is thinking of that to stop the manufacturing units from the Dombivli. Because just besides that factory units, you have got a residential zones. So that's why this was the worst disasters that happened in the okay. So what are the lessons learned from this disaster was reduce the inventory, keep residential areas away from the plant, and proper management. Another very important example, I will just touch upon the Flexenberg, UK, where the sudden release of 30 to 50 tons of cyclohexane. How that happened, the 6 reactors here, if you can see, these are the 6 reactors were there. in the industry. Cyclohexane is such an explosive compound. The fifth reactor was not working well, and they have been started working for a long period of time, and that comes in contact with the moisture, and after that, that many people died, an explosion shattered many of the individuals surrounding. So that's why that's also very important. If you're going to see the major public chemical disasters that shape the public policy is the Triangle Factory fire in New York, 100 government workers died. Minamata mercury disasters in Japan, the dioxin disasters in Italy, Bhopal disasters, as I told, Shriram oleum gas. Also, the chemical terrorist events that has been happened throughout the world differently from the 85 on the Covens group to a 95 Om Shinkrio that has been using the liquid sarin. I think all of you must be aware about that Om Shinkrio. If you're going to see the major toxic releases worldwide, starting from the phosgene, chlorine, dioxin, ammonia, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, methyl isocyanate, methane, LPG, and lots many. This has all been recorded major toxic releases from an occupational or the industrial disastrous point of view. Now, the most important question that I would like to all of you to ask, whether if a toxic release been happen, are we prepared to tackle care of this kind of an emergencies on a mass disasters? How many of yours hospital is having a decontamination facilities separately available? How many of you may know how to decontaminate the individuals if they're going to be present in hospitals in a mass casualties? As I was yesterday discussing, one of the case was thallium, and the doctor is not there from the Lady Orange. So they perform because unfortunately, as I said yesterday, that we could only save the father of that family, and rest of the people died. So even they, when they had been sent for the postmortem, so they have been worried that the thallium may be a radioactive substance. How to do a postmortem of a thallium exposure? If that fluid is going to be released, then what to do, the precautions and what kind of techniques that we should go. So important thing is that whether we are prepared for this kind of an activities or not. Many times we don't know what kind of decontamination solutions that we have to kept, decontamination rooms in the hospital setups, what kind of an antidote bank we should stock at our centers if we really want to treat this kind of patients in a mass casualties or the emergencies. Because the accidents may happen industrial level, transportation level, households or those. We are getting many calls from the transportation problems also. In the last 1 month, we are getting one call from the transportation injuries in nearby Pune. That was a truck which is carrying off methylene, amylene compounds, which is quite toxic compounds, and the truck was had some accident. The entire material was released on the roadside. Now, how to do decontaminate on roadsides? Because the people are moving here and there. And importantly, when they were doing all the decontamination procedures, they found that beneath that area, there was a pipeline which is carrying the water to the nearest villages. So how much that chemical can go inside the earth, and that may damage this kind of water which may be a decontaminate. So again, it's been a different area of working of households. We all know that suicide and homicides and all these things. We have to understand the chemical categories, the different categories like acid-based, flammable oxidizers, pyrophoric, light-sensitive, and carcinogenic. If I'm going to touch upon the fewer aspects, major chemical exposures, it may be asphyxiants, cholinesterase inhibitors, respiratory tract inhibitors, irritants, corrosives, and vesicants. We have to understand the on-site and off-site emergencies for this kind of occupational toxicants. most importantly, the first responders' requirements. They have to understand what hazardous materials are, the risk of the hazardous materials. We have to understand the outcomes. As I ask you the mercury, if I'm going to ask you if someone have consumed the zinc phosphide or aluminum phosphide, what will be the outcome? What will be the outcome? It's 100% mortality. So when I used to study and one of our when I do my the diploma in clinical toxicology, one of the professor from PGI Chandigarh, Dr. Surjit Singh, was from the medicine, and he told that if some person from the aluminum phosphide is going to be survived, only if he or she had ingested that material, put it on a water, wait for some time to commit suicide. The one the phosphine gas is released, the most important, the toxicity will be less. Otherwise, if some person have committed this kind of an activities comes with the aluminum phosphide, we don't have to wait. Nowadays, we put it in directly on ECMO. Because the patient will be conscious, but he will be suddenly collapse anytime. So within, you can say the 12 to 24 hours are very, very important in aluminum phosphate. So we'll see. So we have to understand the outcomes. If you don't know the outcomes of this kind of chemical compounds, you'll just wait and watch your patients will gone. Hazardous material release, identify them, additional resources. Anyone knows a poison helpline been existing in India? Anyone knows? If any poison helpline is existing in India, and you can call and you can ask, good questions and good answers will be coming from that side. Anyone have tried till now? It will be existing, but have you ever tried it? Not tried, so just try it sometimes. So at least you could know that how we are prepared. If you're going to ask someone, because when you're going to go into Australia or US or UK, if you have put on coffee here for 1 hour, and if you really want to drink it, and you are not sure that what should I drink or not, you can call the poison helpline and you can ask that whether I should drink this coffee or not. But here that we are really been sometimes been so much of due to the lack of knowledge or maybe a lack of training programs, we ended up some complications with this kind of an. So the first responders who is sitting and they must have to understand the signs, symptoms of an indicator, what to tell, recognize trends, whom to contact, technical responders. Safety guidance is very important even for the hospital setup staff also. I still remember one of the resident doctors in Ahmedabad who was treating one of the patient who came in the casualties with the gasping respirations. He was about to intubate the patient. And once I intubated the patient, they have got a severe bleeding from the throat because of some of the fragile mucosa over there. And the entire blood was splashed on the face of the resident doctor. He intubated that patient. Later on the next day, he was diagnosed. That patient was diagnosed for the Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, CCHF. And the patient died on the next day. The resident doctor was also found positive for the CCHF virus. The virus transferred from the blood from the cornea. So have you ever seen about our resident doctors who has been practicing this kind of an emergency setup? Have they ever think of to put a safety goggles on them? We never thought of. Because we thought this is not an occupational hazard for us. We never thought of what kind of gloves that we should wear when we are going to treat this kind of chemical exposures. We never thought of any kind of spatial mask that is available for treating this kind of patients who have been exposed to the chemicals and that patient comes to us. So again, we have to think on that. The safety. I'll just touch upon a few things. Asphyxiants, the simple and chemical, the methane, propane, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, cyanide, and hydrogen sulfide, the chemical asphyxiants. We are getting many patients of carbon monoxides, quite common. We all know that is in a winter season, the gas geysers, most commonly been used. Recently, we in November in Ahmedabad, we got one lady who had been taking shower with the gas geyser component was inside the washroom. She was taking shower and found unconscious. And after that, she was taken to the hospital with the unconscious stage. And her husband was with her, and he was in very much stress conditions, and she was not at all responded. We had given the oxygen and all these things. The carbon monoxide level was very high. After that, we have decided that we have to put her on hyperbaric oxygens chambers. So we had given one cycle of hyperbaric oxygen chamber in Ahmedabad, and after one day, she became conscious. So her husband was very much curious that what happened to her, and he was in very much stress. So he was just putting a hand and he was in ICU setup for one day. When she became conscious, she asked that her husband that who is he? She was not recognizing her husband. So the husband was very much more curious that what happened to this doctor, what you did to this my wife. She is not recognizing me. So we just make him stand outside. We'll just have examine because many a times carbon monoxide have got a affect the memory loss. So we just told the husband at the outside sighted, and he was very much again anxious कि उनका थोड़ा memory पे impairment हुआ है. But he was like that कि बहुत serious नहीं है ना, कुछ problem नहीं serious नहीं है. हाँ तो चलेगा ऐसा रहना दो ना. So he's not recognizing that is a good for him. But we told that is a temporary loss of memory. It is not permanent. She is going to remember you after maybe a few days. So temporary relief for him. So not more than that. So many times the carbon monoxide, cyanide, and hydrogen sulfide in most commonly in H2S, hydrogen sulfide in occupational setup is very deadliest compound. H2S, it's almost equal to the cyanides. So we all know that's an asphyxiants. They may cause this kind of an altered mental status and seizures. I'll just touch upon the important thing, and that is if really been treated for the cyanide and H2S or acetonitrile, acrylonitrile, these are the chemical components in the occupational setups where we really been use the anti-cyanide kits. So if you really want to work for the occupational setups or the toxicology point of view, you should store these kits in your hospitals because it is not available into the market routinely. This has been manufactured by the Troika on demand. Okay, so if you're going to have a patient here and there, and if you're going to search it out, this kind of an kits into the market, that will be not available. So what it exactly contains here, it is containing here, you can see this amyl nitrate pearls. So this amyl nitrate pearls, both the sides agar aap dekh pa rahe hain, so this is a cotton swabs on the both the sides. So what is the use of this amyl nitrate pearls? Amyl nitrate pearls must have to be given a pre-hospital use. So that means it is a plastic covering inside that's a small glass ampule. So this you have to just press on this plastic ampules. The material amyl nitrate will come on this cotton swab. You just have to put this cotton swab in front of the nose of the individual. So he will start inhaling the amyl nitrate till he reach to the hospital. So the toxicity of this cyanide or the H2S or the acetonitrile will be reducing down till the person will reach to the hospital. After that, you can have the sodium nitrate, sodium thiosulfate, both the components you can introduce as per the dose indicated. The mechanism of action of this component is that this is going to be converted the cyanohemoglobin into the methemoglobin. So many times, if you're not sure that this person is really been exposed, and if you're going to give more nitrite, your patients maybe have a more cyanosis. So many times you have to also give methylene blue to revert back that also. So that's why the risk assessment is very important for this kind of cases. The respiratory tract irritants are quite common in industrial setups. That depends on the solubilities of the water. If any workers, the patient's been exposed to highly soluble compound like ammonia, formaldehyde, hydrogen chloride, sulfur dioxide, that will only affecting the upper respiratory tract. Chlorine, phosgene, and nitrogen dioxide kind of a compound, which is moderately to severely soluble, splendidly soluble, that will be goes directly to the lung beds. So that is creating more problems, and that's why I told you the phosgene exposure cases may be more toxic or more damaging after 48 to 72 hours also. So that's why this in that we have to give the decontaminations, bronchodilators and corticosteroids, most importantly. Corrosives, acid-base oxidizers are quite common. I will just touch upon the one corrosive materials into this, and that is hydrofluoric acid. HF is again a quite common occupational toxicants point of view, extensively used in many industries like petroleum and industries and semiconductor. Why it is important? Because HF is going to be transferred from your skin to the systematic circulations. So HF will be causing electrolyte abnormalities because of the fluoride ions in the hydrofluoric acids will go from the skin to the systematic circulation, suck it out your calcium and magnesium from the body. So patients may have got severe neuropathic pain at the site of contact, muscle twitching and tetany, myocardial irritability because of low of magnesium, prolonged QT interval and potential for the torsades points in the ECG findings. So that's why in this kind of in patients, you have to specifically give the antidotes like a calcium and magnesium. The calcium is a specific antidote for the HF and calcium gluconate. It will be available into the gel forms. We are nowadays preparing this kind of forms. Before that patient will go, the workers go into the starting working in the industry. Maybe intra-arterial injections if the severe pain. Systemic fluoride, then toxicity, then IV calcium gluconate must have to be titrated as per the dose. Hydrocarbons and halogenated hydrocarbons, again, a big components. They have got a gases, liquids, aromatic carbons. Mostly they are the CNS irritants, so we'll not go into details of each and everything. Just have a symptomatic treatment. We all know methemoglobinemia, cyanosis, occupational toxicants. There are so many compounds which can cause cyanosis. Most common is aniline nitrites, which is available into the market from the industrial or the occupational exposures point of view. But there must be some of the medicines used like anti-leprosy, anti-malarial medicines. If the person is having some enzyme deficiency, like G6PD deficiency, methemoglobin reductase enzyme deficiency, and that person is taking this kind of anti-malarial or anti-leprosy medicine, they will also cause methemoglobinemia. So if you're, the important thing in methemoglobinemia exposures from point of view is that if the person with the methemoglobinemia is coming to the casualties, and if you're not knowing the status of the G6PD enzyme, and if you're going to give this methylene blue as an antidote in this kind of in patients, that may cause sometimes a hemolysis. So you have to be a little bit careful. You can have the methemoglobin levels from the blood. Accordingly, that you can understand the severity. More than 70%, that ultimately lead to the death of the individual. So methylene blue is a specific antidote. Usually, the 1 or 2 ampule is fair enough. Many times we don't know how much ampules or how many ampules of methylene blue should be given for this kind of in patients. I've seen one patient in somewhere. I've been called after 3 days of exposures of cyanosis, of methemoglobinemia, and he was on ventilator. And when I asked the doctor, they said that this, they have got this cyanosis from the aniline exposures, and we have given 50 ampules of methylene blue, but still he is not recovering back. So how to treat not the cyanosis due to aniline, how to treat the methylene blue toxicity? Because once you have 1 or 2 ampules of methylene blue, if the patient is not recovering, then you have to change your diagnosis. That might be something else which is not creating features, because methylene blue itself is a, creating problems if you're not sure. So that's why we have to be measures to be taken due to this kind of an emergency. The plant authorities should immediately contact the local administrators, concerned police officers, along with the civic officials. All the technical supports, responsibility of the industry to manage the panicky of the people, and they should be working after that. Right to know about the employees, they must have to inform employees about the toxic chemicals that might be exposed to the workplace. They have to provide the training, maintain the MSDS, as I told you, the material safety data sheets from each and every chemicals. That includes all these details of each and every chemicals that has been used in occupational exposures. Pre-hospital use of antidotes, that depends on many things and occupational exposures, that depends on quality of the first call, medical assessment, that may be early life saving. Few of the antidotes are really been very cost effective and skill development. Activated charcoal, anyone have seen this activated charcoal as an antidote been used? We have been taught to the students many times. Have anyone seen in the activated charcoal? Yes, anyone? Tablets, powder, PMA. Okay. During postmortem, you have seen that. Anyone have seen the tablets or powder? How that is available? How will you give it? Because we have been taught to the students that universal antidotes में क्या करेंगे? So, important thing is that that's previously it has been available in the tablet form, but the dose of the charcoal is 1 gram per kg. So previously it has been available in the tablet form as 250 milligram. Suppose 60 kg का कोई आदमी है तो उसको 250 milligram का 60 grams करना है. How many tablets that you take and ask the patient to ingest or through the dialysis tube? So nowadays it is available into the powder form. So it has got a very good high adsorbent areas. So when we have been requested some of the companies in Ahmedabad to take it initiative to take it manufacture for the powder form. So they were saying that Tejas, we don't have got a business for this kind of an activities. But after that, they've been convinced and they've started this in powder form. But after that, if you can see, पॉन्ड्स वालों ने भी सब जगह पे अभी सब जगह पे एक्टिवेटेड चारकोल है तो हमें उस टाइम पे लगा पेटेंटेड कर लेना चाहिए था बट एनी हाउस नाउअडेज वी आर गेटिंग अ टूथपेस्ट ये वो सब जगह पे वी आर गेटिंग दिस एक्टिवेटेड चारकोल organophosphorus pesticides में oximes and atropine again a very important antidote that should be stocked and given oximes must have to be given 500 milligram per hour continuous infusions. Atropine, as per the requirements, usually what we are seeing into the clinical setup is our atropine should only be targeted to kill the 3 killer bees, that is a bradycardia, bronchoria, and bronchospasm. If your patient have a dry secretions and the heart rate is maintaining around 80-90, then you should stop the atropine. But if the patient is having lots of secretions and still the patient is also having tachycardia, 130, 140 heart rate, then you should stop the atropine and you should give glycopyrrolate. Why glycopyrrolate? Because glycopyrrolate will not cross the blood-brain barrier and CNS or the irritated toxicity of the atropine will be reducing down. And they are drying up the secretions. Ethylene glycol and methanol, we all know this is fompazole is nowadays available for this methanol and ethylene glycol point of view. Cyanide antidotes, as I told you, kits. So what kind of another preparedness? We can have some detection kits. We must have to be treat this kind of a decontamination vehicles, portable things if it has really been available. With the DRDO, we are having some training programs with the Indian armies, and we are also trained them for this kind of an activities. They have got a palm injections. Our Indian armies, they have got a palm injections. So whenever they are going to the battlefield, and if they have found some lacrimation, some secretions been increasing, like insulin, they have got a small injections. They're giving by themselves subcutaneously. So they are also having this kind of an activities. So the basic rules: be aware, alert, and alive. Don't buy or store the chemicals that you don't need. Store chemicals in the original containers. Wear the safety gear and work in a safe environment to dispose of chemicals safely. That's a very important thing because we in an occupational point of view, we are seeing that many of the industries are, discarded the chemicals in the basins. And ultimately that will be comes to us. I'll just show you one last. This is the recommended antidotes, as I told you. Atropine for the OPs, calcium for the HF, cyanide antidote, kit, methylene blue. Just the last 1 or 2 minutes. This is the case, and then This is a case of one young boy from Indore, and he came to me in Ahmedabad after having some small swelling on the wrist area. When we did an X-ray, we just see this kind of pictures. Can anyone have got some diagnostic tips on this? Anyone wants to? And we just open up this the swelling area. You can see here something radiolucence of this, what it could be. Yes, here you can see this is. Now anyone can identify something? Lead, it is lead pellets, shots. Lead or something more brighter. More brighter. It is a metals, but which more brighter? Mercury. Yes, it is mercury. Then how this mercury gone inside? Here, it's a hand X-ray. So the mercury was in entirely the subcutaneous tissues. We just open up this, and this is an X-ray of chest. So everywhere, the mercury. After that, we did a CT scan also for an abdomen. Entirely the body was a mercury. He was like a mercury man. But still he is living, he is walking, he is eating, everything was there. But he was having a severe coughing. Mercury level was very high, both in the blood and the urine. He was a 24-year-old boy, and they did all this testing in Bhopal and Indore, and he was residing nearby Indore. And his name was Sanskar. So what happened to him, actually the exposure of mercury was that the two exposure linked with this boy was one, he was residing in such a setup where he was very fond of fish eating. Okay, from a morning to evening, at least he used to have something, 1 or 2 fish or 3 fish every day. और इंदौर के आसपास झीलों का शहर, मतलब the small ponds or the झीls are there, where he was getting this kind of a fish very regularly. And the surrounding industries, they have been throwing out their pollutant materials into this kind of ponds. And after that, he was eating that similar kind of fish who had ingested that industrial pollutants, and he ended up this mercury intoxications. Also, one of the important other factor that he was also having e-cigarette smoker. So the e-cigarette smoking can also have this kind of mercuries which may be deposited into the lungs. So the people who are been young enough to have this kind of possibilities, the e-cigarette smoking will be quite damaging. So after that, now see this kind of an anti-mercury here and there, and what to do, what not to do. We have started the treatment. Fortunately, we have just come down the mercury level now. So but many times we ended up this kind of issues in a day-to-day practice. So I think take-home message is that we have to educate the people. We have to contact the local office for the disaster preparedness. Important thing is mock drills should be done in the hospital preparedness also for managing this kind of occupational exposures patients. So preparedness is only awareness, training, equipment, resource planning, and exercise. You have to control the situations. Thank you so much. If any questions, suggestions, doubts. Pardon?
How e-cigarette lead to mercury poisoning?
How?
E-cigarette.
E-cigarette. Because e-cigarette, they are using this kind of metals. When you are going to be in hell, this kind of mercury or arsenic, they have been used in the e-cigarette point of view. So that maybe go inside your lungs. And that is a very minor particles that will be stuck up in your lungs. So that might be one of the exposures because he was taking 1,000 puffs in a day. He was such an addicted to the e-cigarette, and he was thinking in his mind that the having e-cigarette is not hazardous like a smoking normally. So that's how he was been, and also that, as I told you, the fish eating. These two important things which clue toward this kind of a mercury. Otherwise, there was no any other history of exposures to the mercury. He was very much addicted, even though his name was Sanskar.
Sir, that mercury deposits you have seen, is it similar to that the disease which we learn, that is Minamata disease?
Yeah, almost similar. The Minamata disease that happens in Japan, they have got this kind of an industrial effluents which has been thrown into the water and surrounded Minamata Island. The people start eating the fishes from the similar water which has been polluted. So, and that's why, as I told you, whatever that we are going to be thrown out into the environment, that will ultimately comes to us.
Yes.
So that's why we have to be in Gujarat also. We are getting many times. Recently, we have got a one the transportation vehicle who is taking this biohazard waste material from the industry, and illegally he was taking the truck towards the Surat, and he just thrown out all the material on the roadside, and the poor people who were sleeping on the roadside on the morning, all the 7 people died by only the inhalation of that material. So many times we don't know that we are not harming the environment, but also we are taking the lives of the innocent people. Yes.
Sir, to fish eater, the mercury poisoning. Sir, as we are also fish eater, so we bring fish from market. So we can, how can we know some they are from mercury? Can you guide? So we can avoid that.
You have to detox the fish first. That's not in our control, sir, because we cannot identify this a mercury eaten fish or not eaten fish. But we have to be a little bit careful whatever that we are taking from the outside, from where we are taking, how that we are taking. And that's why nowadays, the detox is such a common word that the people are using. But we are ended up in some complications. One of my friend in Ahmedabad, he was starting having a detox water. So what he did that he found it out that पानी लेने का उसके अंदर cucumber डाला, उसके अंदर पुदीना डाला, उसके अंदर तुलसी डाला, ठीक है, and next day morning you have to drink it. He put it all these things in the right directions, but he put water in a copper vessel. ओके क्योंकि हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि तांबा और कोपल का वो जग ले आया, बॉटल ले आए, तो उसके अंदर नींबू नहीं डालना चाहिए. बट उसने बोला व्हाट्सएप पे किसी ने भेजा तो हमने कर दिया. तो सिवियर, ही वाज हैविंग सिवियर गैस्ट्रोएंटेराइटिस. So because of citric acid will comes in contact with the copper, that may cause problems to your GI tract. But we never understand this kind of. There are so many patients we are encountering day-to-day life. We all know the oleander. Oleander सबको पता है, हम लोग पढ़ाते भी है बच्चों को. तो अभी हमारे गुजरात में एक पेशेंट हुआ था, that oleander, he was having a very high diabetes. And someone advised that oleander is such a bitter plant, उसका 4 पत्ते लेने का, भिगोने का, सुबह खा लेने का, so that you will have gone your diabetes. So that fellow was, very much rely on the WhatsApp University, and he just taken this 4 leaves and eaten. And he ended up on a next day severe cardiac arrhythmia. Oleander is such a cardiotoxic plant. आप देखें कि हम लोग जितने भी हाईवेज पे जाते हैं, बीच में कौन सा प्लांट रहता है डिवाइडर्स पे? मोस्ट कॉमनली इज oleander. Why? हाँ? Even not eaten by the animals. आप देखें उसमें वो बीच में काऊ या बकरी या कोई नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि वो खाएंगे ही नहीं, क्योंकि उनको पता है ये नहीं खाना चाहिए, पर हमको पता नहीं रहता है. तो सर ये फिश का तो आपको देखना पड़ेगा. We had given Saximer to this patient with a full dose of Saximer for 1 month. Then we have observed his renal functions and liver functions. And gradually we taper down the dose almost for the 2 months. And then his urine and serum mercury level was come down. But still little bit of deposits are there, which is on the lungs. I don't think that is going to be removed. But at least his life expectancy is going to be increased, at least for reducing the mercury. Hands पे तो निकल गया था वो subcutaneous tissues में
Thank you so much, sir. They say the practice of medicine is an art based on science, but it is sustained by ethics. We are privileged to have with us today a distinguished expert who has dedicated their career to fostering these principles in the next generation of doctors. Please help me in welcome Dr. Praveen Arora sir on topic bioethics in medical education. Now I would like to request our chairperson to introduce Dr. Praveen Arora sir.
Privileged to invite our next eminent speaker of GLAFIMS Con 26, who is Dr. Praveen Arora sir, who is associated with Shri Aurobindo Medical College and PG Institute, Indore. Sir is a renowned bioethicist and expert educator in forensic medicine and toxicology and bioethics, and also in medical education technology. Sir's professional strength are he is Deputy Secretary General and Governing Council member, International Chair in Bioethics. He is also Maharashtra Medical Council accredited speaker, Fellow of Indian Academy of Medico-Legal Experts. And Sir also has various other professional portfolios. And Sir is going to talk on the topic, how to teach bioethics in medical education, a practical guide for faculty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the elaborate introduction. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank Dr. Seema Sute madam and Dr. Dadu sir for giving me the opportunity to be here among you all and share my views on teaching ethics or teaching biomedical ethics or bioethics, whatever you say, in medical education. Although most of the teaching faculty is now trained in BCME and we know that ATCOM module is there and we are a little bit trained. But still we find that although the ATCOM module is released by an MCI, but it becomes difficult when we have to teach ethics because we ourselves are not trained in that way. So we'll discuss on that, but before that, let me give you some background of that. Excuse me, discharge. Yeah. Okay, next please. So one quote which is attributed to Aristotle, he said that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Means even if we get knowledge, but if the knowledge is not enriched with the empathy, compassion, and morals, so there are chances that knowledge will be used without wisdom and for wrong reasons. So it's important that when we are training the mind should be at the same time be educated, be trained in ethics and compassion. Next, please. When we talk of this, that in general, that education must have ethics or wisdom embedded in that. And when we talk of medical education, it becomes more so important because as medical professionals, we are privileged, have many powers, many authority at our hand, at our disposal. And we can all imagine being the medical professionals that if that knowledge is used in a wrong way, it can cause a lot of damages, many harms to the people. Next, please. So medical education without ethics is dangerous. So it's very important. Yesterday also when Dr. Goria sir was discussing, so ethics is important aspect of medical knowledge, and it's not only that we teach ethics because ATCOM module is now there. We are teaching ethics to the students in theory or lecture. We do have one question is there, one short note must be there on ethics in the university exam, but is that enough? So teaching theory, teaching ethics, because ethics had been taught in Western world maybe since 1970s, but it didn't make any impact because unless ethics is in practice, it's ineffective. So it's not only need to be taught, but it's important that we make sure that our students practice it or bring it to their day-to-day life when they are dealing with their patients and otherwise. So bioethics education, that's why in 21st century in medicine, we do not need only the skilled medical professionals, but ethical medical professionals who bring ethics in their day-to-day life. So bioethics is conscious of medicine, and it's a compass of healthcare system. Next, please. Again, bioethics, as we're talking, it did not evolve overnight. It was not a random thought in someone's mind that, okay, let's start or let's have ethics taught to the students or have this. So there were reasons of that, because since past there were many things which happened and led to the development or evolution of ethics or bioethics in medicine and otherwise. All we know that Hippocratic oath, time immemorial, we know that traditional oath which we used to take, it is around 2500 years back when Hippocrates, he started practicing. So at that time, even they realized that some guidelines or some regulations must be there to prevent physicians from doing any wrong things. So Hippocratic professional ethics were there. Then we all know that during World War II, we might be aware, some of us might be aware that during World War II, Nazis experiments, Auschwitz camps experiments happened on human beings. So all these were unethical. They had the war prisoners, and what sort of research, whatsoever experiments they could do on them, they did that. But after the World War II were over, then there were a lot of discussions, and there was a trial which happened, Nuremberg trial, we know, on the doctors or the physicians of Nazis, which were later on punished also. So after that, in 1947, the first code on research ethics was released, which is Nuremberg Code. At the same time, the discussions started happening on human rights movement started, and in 1948, UNESCO had its first declaration on Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which was there in 1948. After that, in 1964, Helsinki Declaration, World Medical Association had this Helsinki Declaration. Later on, it evolved to Declaration of Geneva, which is now you can say the modern Hippocratic Oath, or modern version of Hippocratic Oath is the Declaration of Geneva. It again, repeatedly, it was evolved, and recently in 2024, also October, the latest Declaration of Geneva was there. Then came the era of global bioethics, because it was realized it's not only the medical ethics as we used to study, and forensic had been the mostly involved in teaching medical ethics. So it has been the part and parcel of our curriculum. But it was realized that it's not only the medical ethics which are of help, because when we are dealing with the patients, it's not your doctor-patient relationship only, but various other aspects of patient care need to be taken care of and need to be kept in mind when we deal with the patient. So concept of global bioethics came in because of advancing technology also. Now the ventilators are there, patient can be kept on ventilators or the life supporting measures even when they are brain dead. So there are a lot many issues. Some can afford, some cannot afford the services. And social justice also, because we have limited resources, so whom to provide. There is one person who has less chances of improving, but is financially very well to do, and they can afford the service. But at the other end, there is a person whose chances of recovery are good, but you have limited resources. One patient is already on ventilator or any support. You are not able to put a next patient who is young and who has more chances of survival, because of the other party or the other patient relatives, they are not willing to get the patient off the ventilator support and all. So that led to a lot of debate, and it came out later in the form of Universal UNESCO Bioethical Framework. Next, please. So UNESCO's Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights is a common ethical guidelines which transcend national boundaries, and it is accepted because all the countries who are 191 countries who are the member of United Nations, they become the they signed this treaty and they applied. There are basically 15 principles in UDBHR, Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. Of some of them, the key principles I have mentioned here, like human dignity and human rights. Yesterday also, even Goria sir were talking about, I am a human being, you are a human being, everyone is a image of the God. So we learn to respect not only because of their social status, because of their educational level, but just because they are human beings. So one basic level of respect for each and every one, and that ethics, these should be followed and these should be remembered. So human dignity and human rights is one basic principle which actually, which I feel, and it underlines almost all the ethical principles, whatever are mentioned later. So autonomy, it has got a big role in medical practice also. So each and every individual is autonomous. We should respect their autonomy. And at the same time, when we respect the autonomy, individual responsibility also comes in, because the person who is taking decision for themselves, they become automatically responsible for their own decisions. So that also helps doctors in realizing the consent. Again, is a very important aspect. Justice, equality, and equity. Again, whatever resources you have, how to distribute them. On equity, usually we have, when we talk of this, how to teach bioethics in medical education, as part of Department of Education, which is of this International Chair in Bioethics, we take 3 days training program. Now this is one 40-minute session, so it's not possible to tell you in all detail how do we do it. But in equity also, it's not, sometimes we talk of lot many times there are discussions and debates on gender equality. So once you start debating on equality, people say, okay, give equal things to everyone, to all the genders. But it's not possible. Even for different socioeconomic status, it's not possible that you give them equal things. Because suppose a simple example, if five kids are there and they want to watch a movie, one of them have 100 rupees, another has 80 rupees, another has 20 rupees, one has 200 rupees. Now, as part of equality, you give 200 rupees to each and everyone. The movie ticket costs 250 rupees. Now, each of them will not be able to watch the movie because someone will have still less, although you principally were ethical, you give equal part to everyone. But then comes in equity. Whoever requires how much, you give them. So if 100, the person or the guy has 100 rupees, you give him 150, that's enough for him to buy the movie ticket. So each and everyone gets to see the movie. So equity in that way is non-discrimination, non-stigmatization, again, is a very important aspect of medical practice. Respect for cultural diversity, because in the era of globalization, we move to other parts there where there is different cultures, different type of people are there. So we should respect the cultural diversity. Next, please. So what is the role of ICB, International Chair in Bioethics, Porto? I'm just giving you a brief idea about that. I'll not go in detail. So this chair was initially established in collaboration with UNESCO. It was UNESCO chair in bioethics with its head office at Haifa, Israel. And after that tie-up was over, so it became the International Chair in Bioethics. Now this head office is Porto, Portugal. So the basic idea by which with which this chair was established was to establish a global network for bioethics education. That was the basic motto of UNESCO for establishing this chair. And because of that, a network of more than 260 units across the world is established in 73 countries. So there are units, and out of these, maximum number of units are in India. I'm pleased to say that 85 plus units are there in India in different institutions, universities, and medical colleges. Another aspect of this network was to capacity building in ethics teaching, so that the teachers are trained on how to teach ethics to their students. So part of that, as I said, that Department of Education used to take 3 days teaching training program for the teachers, and also to promote the UNESCO principles in curriculum and having the interdisciplinary dialogue. Now, what happened when we spoke of this promotion of UNESCO principles in putting this curricula? And because medical, bioethics involves all other specialties, but it affects medical or medicine at the most. So as part of this global network and these principles of this chair, next please. So what we could do is we established chairs at various medical colleges, and there was one chair we established at DY where I was working earlier. So in 2015, the unit was established there, and as part of this UNESCO guidelines, so we had put in this bioethics curriculum way back in 2016. And I was the head of this unit, bioethics unit. So we started. So NMC or MCI came very late. In 2015, they came with ATCOM module, which is attitude and communication. At that time, ethics part was not there. So at that time itself, we planned that because most of the time debate was because medical ethics is already being taught. It was in the curriculum. Forensic people were teaching it. But why not? It was shown on ground, or why doctors were still having those ethical issues. So it was thought that it's not only forensic medicine who should teach ethics, rather all specialties, because students, whenever they go to any other subjects or clinics, when they are not being taught about ethics, they think that it's a forensic subject only. So although ethics are involved in each and every specialty, so at that time only we had framed a curriculum for all the subjects, and we put right from the basics, first year subjects to the last. I've given this one picture just showing till the second year, but we had for clinical and all. Next, please. Also as part of this tie-up, this is the change what happened at that time. ATCOM became ATECOM. Now, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir was a part of this program. He came to us, and somewhere in 2017, we were having a workshop, and then he thought that, no, it's not, ATCOM is not sufficient. We should put ATECOM, ethics also included in that. So ATCOM became ATECOM. Next, please. So why should we teach? It's important. We have understood that all doctors should be ethical, but what is the context? In what context we should teach bioethics to our medical students? Why should we teach? Because technology is regularly evolving. Now AI is there, genomics are there, telemedicine is there. So each and every new modality brings in new ethical issues. So that's why we need to keep evolving in bioethical principles and keep repeating them and keep developing new principles as per the new technologies which are evolving. Then patients' rights and autonomy. Patients are becoming more knowledgeable now. They have access to information, so they are aware about their own rights. So they can question you. They can ask you. So patients' rights and autonomy also should be known to the doctor so that you can handle these cases. Medical legal cases are on rise. We all know because of the awareness. So again, because of these medical legal cases, doctors should be aware, because once you are ethical, most of the times you can avoid all these legal complexities. Cultural diversity, as I said, because you are practicing somewhere else, so you should be aware of, and you should not only be aware of, rather you should have the sensitivity about the cultural diversity and respect the other cultures also. Global health inequities are there, and trust in healthcare. Once we are more ethical, once our practice is clean, trust in healthcare is developed. So we have seen that in the recent past that was one problematic area where the patients are not trusting their physicians. Next, please. So it is not that ethics was never taught or it was never there in the medicine. It was there, but it was part of hidden curriculum. It was never formally taught. So at many of the medical colleges, maybe when we were students, our teachers were teaching it. But it was not in the curriculum. They were teaching as their practice. So whatever they were practicing, they used to tell us and we used to learn. So it was, thank you. So it was hidden curriculum, but hidden curriculum had some limitations. The limitation was it was only institutional culture and role model teachers. So wherever medical college, the principles or the practices are there, these students were being taught, but where the teachers were not, these principles were not being followed or role models were not there. So it was not followed in those institutions. So this led to this formal curriculum, putting that ethics in formal curriculum. Now we have structured curriculum in the entire nation. So all the students are being taught on those same principles with the ATCOM module which they have given. Informal curriculum should also be included, not just the formal curriculum, because as I will discuss in the next few slides, ATCOM module, although it is there, but one thing is that we are not trained on that and it's not sufficient. Because when you go and in the various modules of EdCom module, one specific point is given and you have to teach it. But when you do it, it becomes only theoretical part rather than in practice. So for that, the teachers need to be aware and put them in the informal curriculum so that in day-to-day teaching, when you are dealing with the patients, you should be able to observe or find those ethical issues and you can pass these on to the students. So core question after all this background is still, how do we teach bioethics effectively? जिसके लिए हम यहाँ इकट्ठे हैं. तो पढ़ाना कैसे है? The main issue again. Okay. So EdCom modules, as these are given in the EdCom, I've not enlisted all, but just the basic ones starting. So in the first year, you have what it means to be a doctor, what does it mean to be a patient, doctor-patient relationship, foundations of communication. So these are very specific modules or very specific points what they have mentioned in the EdCom modules. These are not the basic bioethical principles which underline these issues or these principles. So till final year, you have communication also, various levels of communication. They have given the problems, they have given the cases. Even the autonomy is given there. Confidentiality issues are also mentioned in the EdCom module. So if we have to teach EdCom, and as I said, because teachers are not trained, NMC in a hurry, because regulatory bodies, what do they do? If we have to do something, we have to implement, release it. Now that it's up to the teachers, they get trained on how to teach it. So that was a big issue. So after the EdCom module is there, now initially the teachers were they were clueless. Initially they thought because it was always taught in forensic medicine. So should all these modules be taught by the forensic medicine? Then forensic people thought, why should we teach all these modules? Let's have some body. And then at the same time, we had that MUs, medical education units in the institutions. We do have the curriculum committees. Then some people suggested, okay, give all this responsibility to MU. You have a specialized trained people who will teach the EdCom module only. But this was not the basic idea. The basic idea which I shared earlier also, when we planned bioethics curriculum for DY in 2016 back, there was a lot of debate and discussion on who to teach bioethics. As I said, because it's not only forensic domain. Bioethics or the ethical principles need to be addressed during their day-to-day practice, during their patient handling, their case handling, and each and every specialty has different set of issues. So if you go to gynae, they have different set of ethical issues. If you go to surgery, they have different set of ethical issues. In medicine, there are different set of ethical issues. You go to emergency medicine, they have different set of ethical issues because the type of patient they are handling and the way they are handling is different. So the basic idea was that each and every subject expert or each and every teacher should teach their own set of bioethical principles when they are teaching their own their patients or their cases to the students. So at the same time, when they are teaching the clinical part, the bioethical part or the ethical part should also be taught. So that was important. But if we take EdCom as we are taking it now with 2024 revision, NMC has categorically mentioned that this module is to be taught by this subject, this module is taught to be by this subject. But if we are not aware and we are not taken teaching of bioethics by heart, what we will do, we will simply we have this 2 hours. I know at many institutes, not others, even at my institute, with various subjects, what they do, you have a slot for EdCom teaching. Now, when the timetable comes, Dean sir has said, okay, on Saturday, you don't have that, in the second year, you don't have clinical postings on Saturday. So you utilize these 3 hours for the whole semester, rather the whole 2 semesters for EdCom module. But people are not trained in that. So what they do, they'll take 1 or 2 classes on that module, specifically simply giving them the case, and rest of the time they will utilize that period for their own subject teaching. Even in the 5th and 6th semester, that's happening. So important is, we need to understand that bioethics teaching is not the theory teaching. It's not enough when we teach bioethics in a lecture, take a lecture and then put a small short answer question in the university examination. That's not enough, because traditional teaching has its limitation. It's lecture based, so knowledge you can share. It's only theoretical. It doesn't link to the practice of bioethics. So it detaches from the practice. You may teach lot many things. You may teach autonomy to the students. You may teach confidentiality. You may teach even the communication skills, how to communicate in a lecture. But whether the students are able to translate that into their day-to-day practice. So if it's not happening, the purpose is not justified. Further, the excuse me. Further, the traditional teaching is exam oriented. You have this part taught and you have to answer it in the question to pass the examination. Minimal assessment of ethical competency. We don't do it. Even we might not have much clinicians sitting here. But when we assess the students, how do we assess them on ethical principles? And that is one thing which is always debated in even the BCME workshops and otherwise. We teach them at com module then how to assess it. So this is one area how to assess. Assessing we do have in if you have gone through the volumes which NMC has given. Now the competencies are mentioned. It's knowledge domain, it's cognitive domain, it's skill domain, it's attitude and communication. A and C they have mentioned. But at the same time, for AdCom module, they say there should be a short answer question in the theory. So how do you assess a attitude and communication skill in a theory? That's cognitive domain, what you are testing in theory paper. It's only the cognitive. So you can't test it. So there should be different assessment methods which you should test or which you should utilize to test the ethical competence of the student. Then we'll discuss all this later. The neglect of the attitude and behavior, that also happens. You teach them, but they don't take it to the heart and they are not actually practicing it. So what is the educational philosophy of bioethics teaching? How should we teach? First thing, bioethics teaching should be competency based. So students should be competent enough to translate those bioethical principles in their day-to-day life when they are dealing with the patients, when they're dealing with their colleagues or their teachers also. It has to be experiential. They learn by experience. Because continuously when they keep on doing or when they see their teachers performing, then they learn rather than in a lecture or in a theory setting. Then it should be reflective. Students should be able to reflect what they have done, what situation they underwent today, what ethical issues were involved, and how did they perform or how did they react at that time and what better they could have done. So reflective teaching should be there. Longitudinal from first year till final year, because when our students come in the first year, they are very ethical because that's the image they have about doctors. Doctors are very gentle, they are very good. All these images they do have. But then in the first year, all that image shatters. We say that it's traumatic de-identification, because whatever they thought, they find the doctors are never close to that. Maybe their seniors are behaving in the same way, and we also face that. It was a shocking incident that we thought the doctors are so delicate, so ethical, so empathetic, compassionate, and look at our seniors and how they used to during our ragging also. So we experienced that. So that's a traumatic experience for that. So that's why it's important that bioethics should be taught longitudinally. So whatever their seniors are teaching, at least teachers can now guide them that you need not learn what your seniors are telling you, rather you should learn something which is required. It has to be interdisciplinary, because again, if forensic only is teaching medical ethics, it becomes a subject or the topic for the forensic medicine. It's not being utilized in day-to-day practice and not for the other. So if a person is or a student is thinking, okay, I'm going to have a general medicine or I'm going to do obstetric and gynec, so I don't have to do anything. These are not my domain. So ethics is not my domain. That's why it needs to be interdisciplinary so that they learn, and they also should learn to utilize these principles as per the context wherever they are practicing, and the cultural sensitivity should also be there because they will be dealing with people of different cultures. So what is the competency framework of teaching bioethics, what competencies students should have. First thing, they definitely should have knowledge, because one thing, many times I think during this conference also, we have discussed even with Dr. Induwala, eyes see what mind knows. So until unless you know things, you can't see, even if they are there right in front of you. So if you are not ethically sensitized, if you're not ethically awakened, you can't see the matters, you can't see the ethical issues. It happens day-to-day practice. If you ask the clinicians, this is the problem, this is what you will do, they will give you an answer which is legally correct, not always what is ethically correct, because legal is one thing which we are enforced to follow. So knowledge must be there of the ethical principles, laws, legal guidelines, and the ethical guidelines. At the same time, students should be able to ethically analyze the situation. Now, giving a simple example, one old man is there and who is admitted in the ICU critical, and you know that the patient will not survive. The patient asks you that I want a picture of my family kept in front of me. It has nothing to do with your medical treatment or anything. Or they may request you, can we call our some priest or something to have prayer? Now you are, because we are not trained ethically, so we are clueless what to do. Should we allow or should I not allow? Sometimes your heart says, okay, let me allow, what's the harm? But at the other time you may say, no, it might not be correct medically or whatsoever. But these are all the things. So when you are trained and when you discuss all these things, if it is not harming any other patient, why can't you allow? So you can allow them to keep a picture, you can allow the priest to come, have prayer, if it's not disturbing other patients. So the patient is more or less, but again, I'm saying, because bioethics, that's the difference between medical ethics and the bioethics. Medical ethics is related to treatment part only. But when we talk of bioethics, it includes all other aspects of the patient treatment. So students should be able to ethically analyze and make the decision in such situations. They should be skilled to communicate and empathize or be compassionate with their patients. So communication with the younger generation, their newer generation, is again a big problem, because they are mostly involved in the social media and online virtual world. So real world communication is a big problem. So that again needs to be sorted out. Attitudes, integrity, whatever I do, whatever I say, I should do. It's not I do something different in front of people and behind the back, I do something different. So integrity must be there. And that's the one of the professional quality of doctors. Respect and accountability. Yesterday also Dr. Goria sir spoke about accountability. So all these needs to be there. Then we should be aware of, or the student should be aware of, public health ethics also. So social responsibility. Social responsibility even translates to your research. When we talk of research and the research results, these should be socially responsible. You should not give any of the research results which will cause any trauma to one particular group or one particular area of the society or one particular population of the society. Legal and human rights awareness should also be there to the students to practice the medicine. So this is a competency framework. Now coming next to the, teaching methods, which we are, there is some lag, okay, yeah. So teaching methods, which we use, so as most of you are trained already in BCME, you are aware of these teaching learning methods, but how to use these teaching learning methods in ADCOM module. And in ADCOM, although they have given the cases, but again, I'm saying, if teachers themselves are not ethically trained or bioethics, they are not aware of the bioethic principles, the basic principles which are there in the UNESCO declaration, teaching ADCOM module will become very superficial. You can't go in depth, because when you have to teach, what does it mean to be a patient? What does it mean to be a doctor? You will simply be teaching as per the part which is given by the given in the ADCOM module, rather than going in depth with the basic principles of human dignity and human rights. So real clinical cases and problem-based learning, we do it for the competency-based teaching in the clinical scenario, but that can also be used for ethics teaching. So when the real cases are there, as a teacher, I should be aware when I'm looking at the patient that what are the ethical issues in this case. So when I'm teaching the clinical aspect, clinical part, besides that, whether the patient belongs to a poor family, what investigation should I advise? If the patient does not belong to a good family, or financially is not well-to-do, if I advise MRI, which might not add too much to my diagnosis and to the treatment part, what's the purpose of advising that? So I should be reasonable in advising maybe the treatment. Even sometimes the patient is only a bread earner in the family, and you advise, okay, you come and be admitted to the hospital and we'll perform this surgery. So there is one treatment option. There might be another treatment option which is more feasible to the patient rather than being admitted and undergoing surgery, and he might not be able to work for say 1 month or two. So in each specialty we might have different issues or different cases and different scenarios, but these should be used. So real cases, real clinical cases can be should be used to even discuss the ethical issues. So simulations and OSCE based ethics stations, it can also be used as a teaching method. Simulations, you can have simulated patients. So one scenario you take and you can teach your your students about the bioethical principles. OSCE-based ethics stations for informative assessment. Formative assessment is again for education. So it's not just that you are using in the classroom method, but during your formative assessment, you can teach them and you can discuss whatever they perform. So OSCE-based stations can also be used for assessment, but it can also be used for teaching in the formative assessment. Role play and ethical dilemmas. Now, role play and ethical dilemmas have very good impact. Especially, it can be performed both ways. Even teachers can perform the role plays, or you can ask the students to perform role plays. So you give them a scenario and ask them to prepare for the role plays. Role plays, in a way, they are such a good method because when the students have to perform, they will go and they start studying. We used to train faculty that on transgenders. We used to take a group of students and we used to ask them, okay, you discuss the problems of transgenders. We don't tell them anything else. We don't give them a structure. Now they will go back and they will keep on studying what are the transgender, what problems they feel, what problems they, what are the answers to that. So they will play, and if you take them, they're sort of a pre-test and post-test. You ask them before what they had idea about transgenders before they performed and what the idea they have after they have performed for the transgenders. You will see a shift in their thinking because they become more sensitive about them, because they have learned their problems, they have understood their problems now. So role plays in that sense are very important. Ethical dilemmas can be discussed. Small group discussions can be in the classrooms or even in the wards or the clinics. Small group discussions can be the reflective portfolios, what students have learned. So you can use their reflective portfolios also as teaching method. Ethics round in the hospitals. So clinical rounds are there, but at the same time, when you're doing the clinical rounds, ethics issues can be discussed and should be discussed rather, because this is the integral part of your patient dealing, handling the patient. Debates on controversial issues, any sort of issues, but again, for discussing, time. Okay. So discussing, teacher should be first aware, then only you can think about that. I'll try to wind up as soon as possible. Integration with the forensic and medical legal cases. So ethical as well as the legal aspects, you can discuss with them. So few resources I will suggest you can go through that. These are free of cost, available on the website of International Chair in Bioethics. You can have this bioethics core curriculum, which gives you outline of the all 15 bioethical principles along with the resources from where you can read in detail. These case books are there on human dignity, human rights, benefit and harm, and lot many other case series books are there. You can download free of cost. PDF is available, and you can go through and then you will learn how you can teach to your students. Then there are certain games which are interesting, but also teach ethical principles to the students. So there is another book. This is again freely available, free of cost available on the International Chair in Bioethics website. You can use the games like donuts, stand to your opinion. You set up various opinions and ask the student and then justify why they stood against that opinion. Agree and disagree, moral continuum. So consensus pair, these are all games which we used to teach. And one interesting game, maybe we can discuss on privacy and confidentiality. You ask the students to write their most deepest secret on a paper in the classroom and then share it with others. So that becomes a lifelong lesson for students how to protect the privacy and the confidentiality. Photographs can be used to teach ethics. Now there we can see there are of different color. Pawns are there, but shadow is of the same color. So humans inside are of same, but maybe skin color might differ. So there are various things movies on medical ethics. There are various movies which you can use. Miss Evers Boys, this is on the Tuskegee syphilis study. This movie is on that. My sister keeper, this is on genetic makeup of one of child which is to be used for another. So likewise, there are many movies. Munna Bhai MBBS I frequently use almost regularly in my foundation course ethics classes. So cases can be discussed, but you can have various situations, patient refuse a life-saving treatment or disclosure of terminal diagnosis, how you will do it, ethical analysis of these situations along with the, but at the same time, you need to make your students understand that in bioethical decisions, there are gray areas. Many a times students will ask you, okay, or even teachers ask us, sir, tell me what to be done, yes or no? But bioethics is not black and white. There are various gray areas. Your decision will vary depending on case to case, situation to situation. So gray areas are always there. So spiral and longitudinal curriculum, how we put it phase wise. So foundation of bioethics can be put in the phase 1. So I'm saying that ATCOM, although is there, but as a teacher, when you really want to teach bioethics, you should not limit yourself to ATCOM module. You should go beyond it. You should try to learn the basic principles of bioethics, which are given in the UNESCO declaration, learn them by heart, and then start practicing it. So when you will be teaching, you gradually increase the depth of bioethics teaching from phase 1 to phase 3. So you can incorporate ATCOM module in that, but you should try to go beyond it. So bioethics integration should be there in across various disciplines, medicine, surgery, and all. So role of faculty and institutions, teachers should be there as role models, because students will not learn what you teach them. They will learn from what they see you behaving like. So if you are behaving in ethical manner, student will learn the way to behave. Institutional ethics culture, overall culture influences the students' mindset and their thought processes. Ethics committee and IRBs, when your PG students are coming up with the research or the project, so you tell them what is ethical or what is non-ethical, how you should write. The research ethics can be taught at that time. Faculty development in the bioethics, so at your institute, if you are the MU resource faculty, try to develop faculty development programs, have faculty development programs in bioethics to train your faculty members. Assessment methods, we all know, again, just to highlight, OSCE stations, you can use case-based essays, you can give a problem or a case, you can give them where ethical issue is there. Reflective writing and portfolios again can be utilized for assessments. One particular situation you can give them and ask them how they take the decision in that situation. 360-degree feedback and professionalism assessment can be done to assess. A few slides more. So outcome indicators, you will see that your students are more ethically sensitive, they are more professional, and they develop patients' trust. So these are the outcome indicators which you can assess. Challenges definitely are there. Curriculum is already overloaded, faculty is less, and cultural diversity is there. So we and our students, there might be some cultural diversity. You might be principally agree to something else, and your student might agree to something different. So the answer is, one is your UNESCO curriculum and the local adaptation. Local adaptation is important because you know what's relevant and what is accepted in your region. So future directions, AI ethics, genomics, global health. Students are using AI. Teachers are furious. Why students are using AI? Many of the teachers are hardcore against AI. They tell students not to use AI. I tell them, okay, you use it. Because you can't stop them. AI is in. So they have to use it. But you tell them how to use it. So if it reduces their efforts, it's okay. But whatever they generate, they should at least study that or read that. So AI is there. Genomics, global health, because they will become a global healthcare professional, so they should be aware of the global health issues also. So bioethics as such is central to medical education, because without ethics, medical education is no education at all. So closing statement, bioethics nurtures morally courageous physicians, and that's what we require in 21st century, morally and ethically sound physicians. Thank you all for your attention, and sorry for the extension.
One or two questions we can allow.
अब चालू हुआ, ठीक है
जी सर।
सर का बहुत अच्छा लेक्चर है, तो इसमें प्रश्न तो नहीं है, प्रश्न क्या पूछें? बराबर, सब कुछ क्लियर है।
Thank
पर मैं कुछ थोड़ा सा ऐड करना चाहता हूँ, एक दो चीजें। ये करिकुलम ओवरलोड है ना, फैकल्टी कम है और करिकुलम ओवरलोड है। एक को, आप कौन से क्लास में है? थर्ड ईयर है ना। एक ग्रेजुएट, अंडर ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट को देखो, वो कितना ओवरलोडेड है, वो कितना ओवरलोडेड है, एनाटॉमी से लेकर वहां तक। क्या इसमें कहीं हम ये डाल सकते हैं कि उसका लोड कैसे कम करें? तो एक वो चीज मैं सजेस्ट करना चाहूंगा एज ए टीचर एंड एज ए ऑल टीचर, सब टीचर, एनाटॉमी से लेकर वहां तक सब। और दूसरा एक जो चीज है, पर्सनालिटी। पर्सन हैज गॉट टू एस्पेक्ट्स, ठीक है। एक एस्पेक्ट है उसका पर्सन खुद, और एक है उसका प्रोफेशन। तो वॉट एवर वी हैव हियर इन दिस 1 hour is professional aspect of that ethics. But what about personal aspect of ethics? अभी मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ, और मेरे ये बच्चे यहाँ पर जो वॉलेंटियर्स हैं, दे शुड नॉट टेक इट अदरवाइज। उन्होंने मुझे 3 दिन में बिल्कुल सिर पर या हथेली पर उठा के रखा हुआ है ऐसा। मैं एक बाहर निकलता हूं तो 4 लोग मुझे मिलते हैं, मेरा कंफर्ट पूछते हैं, ठीक है। मैं उन सारे बच्चों से ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जब वो अपने घर जाएं तो जो ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने मुझे दिया है वो उनके पेरेंट्स को भी प्लीज दें। क्या वो उनके पेरेंट्स को भी उसी तरह से ट्रीट करें? डोंट टेक मदर एंड फादर टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड। एक तो ये चीज है सर। दूसरा ये है कि मैंने मेरे बच्चे कॉन्वेंट स्कूल में पढ़े, ज्यादातर अभी सबके बच्चे वहीं पढ़े, तो वो मोरल साइंस की किताब होती है।
सर पहले हुआ करते तो कोर्स एक सब्जेक्ट होता था।
नहीं, मेरे बच्चे की बात कर रहा हूँ, वो 40 साल के हो गए, तो ये समझो कि 35 लोअर केजी से प्राइमरी स्कूल में पढ़ते थे, तो मोरल साइंस की किताब होती थी, उसकी एग्जाम भी होती थी। एक लाइन उसमें से ले सकते हैं कि ओबे योर पेरेंट्स, ओबे योर टीचर, दिस इज ऑल राइट। तो हमारा कंडक्ट जो है उसका इथिक्स, डे टू डे कंडक्ट एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग, फर्स्ट पार्ट इज पर्सन, फर्स्ट पार्ट इज कंडक्ट पर्सन, क्या वो हमारा इथिकल है? मुझे लगता है कि मैं बहुत सारी संभावनाएं हैं उसको इम्प्रूव करने की। और उसके लिए मैं ऐसा चाहता हूं, कल कल मुझे पता नहीं शाम को जब मैं बैठा था वहां पर तो कितने लोग इस ऑडियंस में थे, मैं खुद खड़ा हुआ था, बराबर। मैंने जो सीखा वो पढ़कर नहीं सीखा, मैंने जो सीखा वो सुनकर भी नहीं सीखा, मैंने जो सीखा देख कर सीखा। मेरी माँ क्या कर रही है? घर में मेरे पिताजी क्या कर रहे हैं, स्कूल में या कॉलेज में मेरे टीचर क्या कर रहे हैं। कथनी और करनी में जो फर्क है वो थ्योरी से हम उसको पाट नहीं सकते। वो आपके सामने जो रोल मॉडल है, बराबर, जो टीचर है क्या वो रोल मॉडल है, जो पेरेंट्स हैं क्या वो रोल मॉडल हैं? तो पेरेंट्स की तो बात अपन अभी नहीं कर सकते
सर। उस पे एक
जी,
छोटा सा एक वो है, ऐड
हाँ,
करूंगा।
हाँ,
मैं जब छोटा था तो मेरी मदर एक स्टोरी सुनाया करती थी कि एक पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चे को, बच्चा बहुत शुगर खाता था, शक्कर बहुत खाता था, तो उसको एक बाबा जी के पास लेके गए कि इसको बोलिए कि शक्कर कम खाया करे। तो बाबा जी ने कहा ऐसा है कि 1 महीने बाद आना। तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, वो बच्चे को लेके चले गए। वो 1 महीने बाद फिर बाबा जी के पास पहुंचे, तो बाबा जी आपके पास आए थे और आपने बोला था कि 1 महीने बाद आना, तो हम फिर लेके आए। तो बाबा जी ने कहा ऐसा है बेटा, शक्कर कम खाया करो। तो बोले ये बात तो आप 1 महीने पहले भी कह सकते थे, आपने तब क्यों नहीं कही? बोले ऐसा है, तब शक्कर मैं खुद बहुत खाता था, तो मुझे 1 महीना अपनी आदत छोड़ने में लगा, तो जो चीज मैं प्रैक्टिस कर नहीं रहा वो मैं कह नहीं सकता। तो बायोएथिक्स टीचिंग में भी सर मैं वही बता रहा था कि अनटिल अनलेस वी हैव लर्नड इट बाय हार्ट, और जब हम बाय हार्ट लेते हैं इट ट्रांसलेट्स ओवर डे टू डे प्रैक्टिस, और वो सिर्फ प्रोफेशन तक लिमिटेड नहीं रह जाती, वो हमारे हर हर एरिया में, हर फील्ड में होती है। चाहे आप रोड साइड चल रहे हैं तो आप बैगर को भी उसी रिस्पेक्ट से देखते हैं, जब आप ह्यूमन डिग्निटी को रिस्पेक्ट करना सीख जाते हैं, और वो चीज हमेशा रिफ्लेक्ट होती है फिर आपको एफर्ट्स नहीं करने पड़ते उस चीज को पढ़ाने के लिए, वो हर वक्त हर आपके हर एक एक्शन में दिखती है, और स्टूडेंट देख के ज्यादा लर्न करते हैं, जैसा आपने बोला। तो वो आपको देखते हैं कि वो आप ऐसा ही नहीं कि सिर्फ पेशेंट से तो अच्छा बिहेव कर रहे थे, बाहर आए तो आप नर्सिंग स्टाफ को आपने डांट दिया या अटेंडेंट को आपने डांट दिया। तो इट शोज योर डुअल नेचर। इफ यू रिस्पेक्ट अ ह्यूमन बीइंग फॉर बीइंग अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, यू विल रिस्पेक्ट ईच एंड एवरी वन। सर मैं एक और इंसिडेंट याद आ गया। हमारे न्यूरो सर्जन थे जब मैं एमबीबीएस कर रहा था आगरा से। तो सर वो क्लास में तो अच्छा पढ़ाते थे। हम लोग हमारे जो आगरा में मेडिकल कॉलेज है उसके गेट से लेके मेन रोड तक जाने के लिए, जहाँ हम लोग ऑटो पकड़ते थे, पैदल जाना पड़ता था। तो वहां से पैदल जाते थे और सर लोग कार से आते थे। तो न्यूरो सर्जन जनरली सर शायद एग्रेसिव रहते होंगे, हमारे लिए तब शॉकिंग था। तो सर बड़ी तेजी से कार ड्राइव करते थे और उनके सामने कोई साइकिल वाला जा रहा था, उन्होंने हॉर्न दिया तो उसने सुना नहीं। तो उन्होंने उसको ऐसा कट मार के आगे से गए और ऐसा दबा के गाड़ी निकाल के वो कॉलेज में एंटर हुए। तो हमें लगा यार सर का क्या, आपका एक डिफरेंट इमेज। तो स्टूडेंट आपको ऐसे नहीं क्लासरूम में देख रहा है या हॉस्पिटल में देख रहा है, वो आपको रोड पे भी देख रहा है।
वो तो
आप स्टूडेंट को नहीं जानते होंगे,
पूरा कंडक्ट देखता है,
पूरा कंडक्ट देख रहा है।
सबकॉन्शियस में रिजर्व होता
Yes.
जाता है, वो सब जगह होता है। आधी लाइन और बोलूंगा बस। एक तो किताब इसमें जो लिस्ट है, इसमें एक और जोड़ लें आप, जो पर्सन की पर्सनालिटी, पर्सन के इथिक्स के लिए, वो है द प्रोफेशनल। किताब का टाइटल है द प्रोफेशनल बाय सुब्रतो बागची। ठीक है। और दूसरा जो फिल्म आपने इसमें लिखी है, उसमें एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री और ऐड कर ले, इंटरव्यू ऑफ गौरी सावंत। 40 मिनट का कुछ उनका बीबीसी का या टेड टॉक से, गौरी सावंत, शी इज ट्रांसजेंडर। पर वो 40 मिनट में कहता हूं कि जिन्होंने नहीं सुना है उसको वो सुन लें, और मेरी एक कंडीशन है कि पूरा सुनेंगे तो रोएंगे नहीं। थैंक यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you for insightful talk on bioethics. Sir, one example you have quoted, some patient clinician usually face chances of survival is less, but he is on ventilator. On the other hand, other patient chances of survival is more, but he is not.
Tadi sir.
How can you apply bioethics here?
ताड़ी सर, ये आप रिक्वेस्ट है कि सर से पर्सनली पूछ लें, बिकॉज वी आर रनिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम। इसमें काफी निकल रहा है। आई रिक्वेस्ट सर टू प्लीज एड्रेस हिज इश्यूज on personal grounds.
Definitely, definitely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable inputs
Thank
and
you so
providing us various tips on how to teach bioethics in medical education. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Sir, you have truly illuminated how bioethics is not just a subject, but the foundation of building a humane medical profession. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please come back.
May I request our chairperson to please felicitate Dr. Praveen Arora, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Induwala ma'am kindly come on to the stage and felicitate our chairpersons. Now I request Dr. Praveen Taide sir and Sandeep Gotre sir kindly come onto the stage for the next session.
Now, I would like to call Sandeep Bhode sir for chairing the session. We now move to a session that bridges the critical gap between clinical medicine and legal proceeding. Our next speaker is a distinguished expert who has dedicated their career to explaining the intersection of the human mind and the law, with expertise, experience in criminal investigation, mental health, evolution, and expert testimony, which brings invaluable evidence. Please join me in welcoming to Dr. Bhupesh Sharma sir for their session on forensic psychology in practice.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers of GLAFIMS Con and all the senior experts sitting over here off the dais as well as on the dais. I'm Dr. Bhupesh Kumar Sharma and I'm a forensic expert for last 20 years, and I'm a professor of forensic science at SGT University and SGT Medical College. And as you can see, today's topic is forensic psychology. So it is made up of two words. One is forensic, other one is psychology. These are some of the awards. I was in Dubai for 10 years. I got a chance to work on Sridevi case and others, and work with Dubai police, Sharjah police. And I have been trained by the Milan police also. So these are some of the glimpses of that. And I have been featured in various news channels on various crimes. Okay. So coming up on the main topic, what is psychology? But before we start the psychology, we all are from forensic background, forensic medicine or forensic science. Can I ask a question? What is crime? Anybody? Students? What is crime? So crime is, yeah, please.
Behavior against the law or social
Behavior.
custom or culture or not acceptable by the
Any
harm to any
act,
other person. Yes.
any act against the law is a crime. There are certain crimes which are not against the law but against the society. It is also a crime. In ancient time, sati pratha was there when the women, the wife need to also to be say set on fire when the husband dies, was it against the law or against the society? Sati Pratha? It was not against the society, but it was a crime against the law, which could not be allowed. So there are certain crimes which are against the society, there are certain crimes against the law. Now, why people do commit crime? We need to understand this. Why people commit crime? So there is a crime triangle. I think say most of you knows. There is a crime triangle. At the peak of this triangle, consider it as a triangle. At the peak of this triangle, there is a pressure. At the right half of the triangle, at the right side of the triangle, there is the opportunity. And at the left side of the triangle, there is the rational. So pressure, opportunity, and rational. A person is having a pressure. Let's take an example. How many of you have cheated in your examination anytime? So there are hands. So be frank. Okay. We all have one time. Yeah, please, sir.
Apart from that, sir, there is greediness or selfishness that may be a reason for crime.
So I will explain. There are people who have cheated. Even I have cheated. Even many of us have cheated in the examination. What was the pressure? The pressure was we want to gain marks. The pressure was to gain marks. Opportunity, the invigilator is not vigilant enough. We have the chits, we have the papers, we have the friends who can tell us. The opportunity also lies there. And the rational, everyone else is doing. Others are also doing, so why not I? Now consider this example as an example of a rapist. What is the pressure on the rapist? Is there any pressure? Why people commit rape? The pressure of the desire. The pressure of the rejection, or maybe some other pressure. So he's having a desire, he's having a pressure of the rejection or something else. And there is an opportunity. He found the target. He found the target. He want to defame that target. He utilize that target. So he has the opportunity also that girl ये यहाँ से daily आती जाती है या इस तरीके से opportunity है. So he got the opportunity also. Rational. Many people are committing crime. Many people are committing crime. How many of them are being abducted or apprehended? कितने लोग पकड़े जा रहे हैं? कितनी सजा होगी? अभी सुबह के लेक्चर में सर ने किसी ने बताया था for rape 3 years or 5 years in UK. So this was the scenario. So even if he got caught, he has ample amount of money that he can get a bail. I have cases of rape where to jail for 1.5 years or 2 years, then they are out on bail. Now cases going on. So there is a rational about that. So we need to understand the psychology. The pressure comes from the psychology. So psychology is the scientific study of the mind, brain, and behavior. So we have three things. We are having computer systems here. There is a hardware. There is a software onto the computer system. We give some inputs and we are getting outputs. So mind is a software, brain is a hardware, and behavior is the output for the inputs given. So we have the actions, we have the thoughts, and we have the behavior. So when we combine all these things, this becomes the psychology. And what psychology do in forensic science or the investigation? They help the investigators answer why. Why means the motive. How means the modus operandi, the modus operandi, the mode of operation. And what next? Will this guy, the criminal is going to repeat the same thing again and again? Or what will be the impact on the society of this? So it is also used in crime scene interpretation. We often use forensic psychology or psychology in crime scene interpretation, suspect prioritization, interrogation strategies, and risk assessment. I'll tell you about the risk assessment later. So when we combine psychology with forensic, it becomes forensic psychology. It's not as simple as that. Forensic is the term which came from the Latin word forensis, which means forum. Forum is a group of people related to law. Now, who are the people in this forum? Who can be the people? Forensic medicine expert can be the people in the forum. Detectives can be the people in the forum. Police officials can be the people in the forum. Lawyers, judges, all these are the people in the forum. So these people, and as well as the psychology expert, the psychologist can be in the forum. When these experts comes together to solve a common issue of a crime, this becomes the forensic psychology. So we study we do the behavior analysis. We do the investigative, we provide the investigative support. We do the legal proceeding. We participate in the legal proceedings and to check the competency of the witness as well as the competency of the expert. I'll tell you about risk assessment also. Now, let me give you another example to the students. How many students are here? How many students are here? Okay. So there are two people, both want to kill their wife. I don't know how many want to kill their wives, but they both want to kill their wives. So one had decided he will give poison to his wife and simply kill her and stage the crime scene in some way to show it as a case of suicide. Other also decided, both the friends have decided to kill their wife. Other also decided to kill his wife by the same procedure of giving the poison. But after that, what he did, after killing her, killing his wife, he chopped her body into pieces and then dumped off her body in some desert area or some forest area. So who out of these two have committed heinous crime? Both of them are charged with the murder, but who is more heinous? The second one. So the second one is having the component of higher risk. So we as a psychologist, we as a criminal psychologist or forensic expert have to ascertain, has to assess the risk which lies on the criminal, that where he should be kept. Is he eligible to being kept with the other say person or other say imprisonment say persons in the same bar, behind the same bar, or he should be first go for the rehabilitation or first go for some other say treatment, or he is more dangerous to the society. So this is called as the risk assessment. So forensic psychology started from 1879 and then it came to India also. We do not have any behavioral science unit in CBI or any Central Forensic Science Lab anywhere, but we do work separately with the help of the psychologist and other people. I'll explain. So let us go. Psychology can be a forensic. Do we need a degree of a clinical psychology to be a forensic psychologist? Or a psychiatrist can be a forensic psychologist? Or any other specialization we need? We must have the diploma or degree in psychology. It's not about clinical psychology. We also must have either a degree in law or in forensic science. Then only we can become a forensic. There is no provision of forensic psychologist in India, but what we call them behavioral psychologist or criminal psychologist in India. We term them as behavioral psychologist or criminal psychologist in India. So, with the help of psychology, it's sharper hypothesis. There is a law of forensic science, law of probability. Law of probability says an event can happen in more than one ways. A homicide which is looking like a homicide may be a case of suicide. A suicide which is looking like a suicide may be a case of homicide, or vice versa. An event can happen in more than one way. So we should not only stick as a forensic expert to one hypothesis, but with the help of the behavioral analyst, we can go for multiple sharper hypotheses. Now, behavior analysis comes from two different things. As like evidences come from three sources. Evidences, any evidence encountered at the scene of crime. The evidences may be encountered from the crime scene. They may come from the suspect. They may come from the victim. These are the three major sources of evidences. Similarly, the pattern on the crime scene, the pattern which we are looking, we want to do the criminal profiling, that what was the mind or makeup of the say criminal, why he has created so much nuisance at the crime scene, or whether the crime scene is staged or whether it is very much clear. So we need to look for the pattern analysis, and this pattern analysis is also dependent upon the behavioral analysis of the crime scene. So we can say crime scene speaks. हम हिंदी में कहते हैं जिंदा आदमी झूठ बोल सकता है पर मुर्दा कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता. You all are forensic medicine expert. You have done so many autopsies. So whatever is there inside the external and internal examination of the body, it comes out to be true. Okay, whether he has ingested any poison, he has been, it is a ballistic case or whatever it is. So it's like the same thing. Crime scene never speaks lie, even if it is a staged crime scene. Now, behavioral analysis. Systematic study of actions, choices. Now, what choices we are talking about? Let's see the same example of cheating in the examination paper. Cheating can happen in many ways. I am carrying a slip, a cheat in the examination. This is also a way of cheating. I am asking somebody to help in that examination. This is also a way of cheating. I'm carrying a high-tech device, a Bluetooth device or anything. This is also a way of cheating. There are several ways. So what would I would like to choose? It's my choice. And this choice is dependent on my behavior pattern, which I have learned, which the skills I have acquired, the skills in which I am competent enough. So these are the choices which will be helpful for identifying that criminal. So it is the study of the actions, the choices, and the pattern showed by the offenders. All of you know that Sonam Raghuvanshi case, that Meghalaya murder case. So what was the pattern there? That girl, that lady was very much good towards her in-laws. उससे एक दिन पहले वो माँ से बोल रही है, she was telling माँ that I am having a fast today in Meghalaya. They were in Meghalaya, the husband and wife both. She was telling her mother-in-law that I am having a fast, say today, for the longevity, for longer life of my husband. So I will eat at night. And on the same day, they were about to kill that husband. So what was the IQ or what was the confidence level of this girl? The high confidence level. From where it came? From planning. From planning. It was an organized murder. It was an organized crime. So the behavior, the pattern shows that she might have done the same thing or she might have learned the same thing over a period of time. It is not because of impulse. That murder was not an impulsive murder. It was not an unorganized murder. It was a behavior pattern of that girl. And that also the blue drum case. अभी सबने देखा वो नीले ड्रम में वो उसको चॉप करके सीमेंटेड में करके चले गए, अभी बताएंगे आगे. So these are all the behavior patterns. So the choice of the victim, the choice of the weapon, the choice of the crime scene, everything comes into consideration, and the pattern the person will kill. Now there is something called as signature behavior or signature crime. I want to conceal my identity as a criminal, but at the same time, I want to reveal something that people should be aware of myself. Means I should not be identified as a criminal directly that Dr. Bhupesh have done this crime, but people should know that this is the same criminal who has done that also, who has done this also. So I might be having some signature left on the crime scene. Some people write on the say mirror, say with the help of a lipstick. Some people used to leave a handkerchief on the crime scene. The same handkerchief he used to leave every time. Serial killers. जब मैं छोटा था, there was a gang which was known as Kacha gang. So they used to come and rob the house and then they used to go. So the name was Kacha gang. So people were in shorts. Say they were coming and having the oil all over their body. So nobody can catch them. So they were famous with the name of Kacha gang. So this Kacha gang is the signature. We do not know about the individuality or identity of the person, but this. So some people are fond of doing the signature crime or leaving a signature behavior. We need to understand this as well. That if it is a signature behavior, it means it is a serial killer. He is having the higher risk onto the environment, onto the people, onto the society. So this we need to assess. So whenever a forensic medicine expert is going to assess the victim, or forensic nurse are going to assess the victim, they also need to know that is there any signature behavior? What was the pattern that the criminal has applied on this? So behavioral analysis fundamental units. So FBI have started its first BAU, behavioral analysis unit, or BSU, behavioral science unit. But in India, we do not have any such unit, but I will tell you that what in India we do. So the major thing what we do is the criminal investigative analysis. This is the main thing. The criminal profiling is the main thing which we do from the forensic psychologist perspective. Interview strategy. We make the certain question. How many of you know about the lie detection technique? The polygraph? Anybody knows here? So we use lie detection technique. So there are so many electrodes which are put to say one on the finger to have the skin reflex say response, the sweat response, and then there will be a heartbeat a regulator also monitor. Then there will be the respiration rate monitor also, and the blood pressure and everything. So it is a physiological change monitor actually. So if a person is telling lie, definitely the graph of the blood pressure, graph of the heartbeat, graph of the skin reflex, everything will be deviating from the normal pattern. This also comes in forensic psychology. It is a tool of forensic psychologists to catch the lie. But unfortunately, it is only a lie detector. It is not a truth detector. We cannot detect truth. Truth doesn't need detection. Only lie needs detection. So people are very sharp enough to defeat that lie detector machine as well, because if they are meditating a lot, if they are, so they will be keeping calm. So that's why it is not admissible in the courtroom as a true evidence, but as a corroborative evidence. So lie detection have certain interview strategies, because what leading questions you will be asking, what leading questions you will not be asking, what irrelevant question you will be asking. Likewise, say we have irrelevant question. I will give you an example. Is today Saturday? So the person is going to answer yes. Means the affirmative questions will be there. It has nothing irrelevant to the crime. And between the irrelevant question, we are going to put the control questions also. We are going to put the actual leading questions. Did you kill this person? Now his heart rate or everything will be deviating much from the over irrelevant questions. So this is the psychological analysis or the behavior pattern analysis during the interrogation. Then threat assessment, I have told you with the example how much bad this guy is for the society. What he can do further for if he will not be caught or if he will not be put behind the bars. Then violent criminal apprehension program is there. We also have this in India, I'll tell you. And behavioral threat assessment center is there in India as well as in FBI. Threat assessment and management. Now, these are the steps we follow in India as well. Consider yourself on a crime scene. What you will do first, you will take the profiling inputs. You will collect all the comprehensive data of the evidence, of the location of the crime scene. Let's say something happens in this room. So this is a medical college auditorium. Why the criminal will select this room? Who can be the criminal? Any staff of this hospital, any staff of this medical college, or any student of this medical college, maybe teaching staff, non-teaching staff, anybody who is very much familiar to this hospital. Why he has chosen this place? The person, the victim was quite easier to get onto this place. This was the thing. Why particular time? So these all are the things which we need to do in the profiling. Now you find this crime scene very well staged, no havoc on the crime scene, nothing can be disturbed, but a person found dead. So what is your inference from this crime scene? Is there any struggle happen? Is there any struggle happen? So who can be the criminal? Known to victim or not known to victim? Known to victim. Okay. Another scenario, this door was found locked from inside and the person was found dead. No exit point. Is it a case of suicide or homicide? Probably suicide, but it can be a homicide if we found some other evidence also which is not pertaining to this victim. Now the IQ level of criminal is very high because he has not left anything by that he can be identified. By the way, there is no crime as a perfect crime. There is only the stupid investigator, we can say. If he is quite vigilant, he can catch any crime. Our Indian police is sharp enough with all the techniques, tools and techniques, but that may be due to corruption or something. They are unable to solve the crime. So first is the profiling inputs, then the decision process. Now we need to decide whether it is a case of homicide, whether it is a case of suicide, what the way it has been done. We need to decide, classify the crime immediately, whether it is organized, unorganized, impulsive, or whatever. And then we need to go for the crime assessment. Now, we need to reconstruct the offender behavior, how he would have come, why he would have come here, what could be the motive of this crime, everything. And then the criminal profiling. Based on these evidences, based on the crime scene, choice of crime scene, the choice of victim, everything, we need to do the criminal profiling. Am I clear? The criminal profiling, and then the investigation will happen, and then the arrest will happen. Now, what we have here in India, our Central Forensic Science Lab under Directorate of Forensic Science, Ministry of Home Affairs, they are having criminal profiling section. They conduct criminal profiling, but the name is not the behavioral science unit. The name is not the behavior analysis unit as like FBI, but they are doing behavior analysis of the offender, psychological autopsy. What is psychological autopsy? We all do autopsy in forensic medicine. Psychological autopsy means reading the mind of the victim as well as of the criminal. So this is psychology. Then threat assessment, and we do have expert. Who assist in the serial crimes, sexual offenses, terrorism, and other things. So, but we do not have any permanent unit with the FBI. So now, as per the new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, there is a formation of a committee. It is written that the committee which will have all these will also come in the forum. I forgot the name of the section. But there are several forensic labs which have established their forensic psychology division. Gujarat Forensic Science Lab, Maharashtra Forensic Science Lab, Madhya Pradesh even, and Telangana. They have their forensic psychology division, but we are still deprived of true forensic psychologists. So the suggestion is, if a psychiatrist and a psychologist both can be combined together to solve a crime, then it will be of great use. So the psychology matters in forensic science, why it has happened, what is who is likely to repeat it, how the offender thinks. So this is the main question, how the offender thinks. See, we need to answer three major questions. Whether it is a crime or not. If it is a crime, who has committed the crime? Who is the perpetrator? And what was the motive? You approach to the crime scene, you found there are no fingerprints, there are no footprints, there are no blood patterns, blood spatter, anything, but there is a dead body. So do you think, is this the actual crime scene? No drag marks, nothing. It might be possible this is not the actual crime scene. Whether it is a crime, yes, it is a crime. Somebody was found dead. It is a crime. But it is not an actual crime scene. So we need to ascertain whether it is primary crime scene, secondary crime scene, or tertiary crime scene. So whether it is a crime or not, first is whether it is a crime scene, actual crime scene or not. If it is fake or staged crime scene, the investigation will be in that direction. If it is a genuine crime scene, the investigation will be in that direction. So that need to be ascertained. And after ascertaining this, we need to ascertain how the offender thinks. So how we will ascertain this? By looking at the evidences, by looking at the injury marks, on which portion of the body, at which part of the body the injury marks are there. What could be the thought process of the offender at the time of this crime? Because gang rape means many things. We have seen the Nirbhaya case. Okay, we have seen how they have used the rods and everything, how brutally they have done the rape. So first of all, the rape was there, then the assault in that particular manner was there. So we can see that how the offender thinks, and that we can do the threats assessment. So there is another triad which is known as the evidence triad. So we have evidence, we have behavior, we have suspect strategy. We will look at the evidence, we will look at the crime scene behavior or crime behavior, and then we will look at the suspect strategy. What could be the strategy of the suspect? In the same case, the Sonam Raghuvanshi case, she took her husband to Meghalaya. They went for honeymoon. So the strategy was they need to go quite far from the native place so nobody can catch. And the first planning was that she will push her husband out of the valleys, and then he will die. They say it is in a case of accident. But then He noticed, the husband noticed that she want to push. Then the other guy came and then they planned the murder with the knife and all. So first it was an organized crime, then later it became impulsive. So what we need to take care, the choice of victim. Some people, one 9-year-old, say old girl has been raped recently in UP. So choice of the victim. Now who can be the criminal? If there is a girl of 9-year-old girl who has been raped, who can be the criminal? What could be the possible age, or what could be the possible mentality? What is the pressure here? Desire only. It is desire. So out of four suspect or 5 suspect, if we are having a person who is showing that type of behavior, immaterial of his age, we can see that why he has chosen the victim. The choice of the victim also because of the victim was quite easy for him, easily approachable. Location of the crime, level of planning. Level of planning will tell about the skill of the person, whether he or she is well educated, his IQ level is high or not. Our problem lies when the IQ level, when the planning is very high. The problem lies there because he might have conducted several other assaults in similar fashion earlier also, and he may commit several other if the planning is high. Control over the victim means he has cleaned all the crime scene, everything he has controlled, and he has also control over the victim. If this is the situation, is it again a matter of concern? Then use of violence, behavior after the crime. He is showing very calm behavior after the crime. There was a guy next to my house. He used to teach tuitions to the kids, mathematics teacher. He was around 55 years old at that time. And later on, one day, I found that there was a police standing against his house, and he used to abuse the children's sexually abuse, and he used to commit sodomy. So otherwise, he was very nice person. I used to say namaste uncle every day to him. And all of a sudden, it was found that he was doing the same thing for last 3 years. So with the kids up to the age of 16. So he used to say to the kids that मैं तेरा high school का फॉर्म भरवा दूंगा, मैं तुझे पास भी करा दूंगा, अच्छे से हो जाएगा, ये सब हो जाएगा. Otherwise, in society, he was a very good person. So if his behavior is very much normal after the commission of crime, it means he is very dangerous for the society. So considering a scenario, victim found in a locked room, no force entry, minimal struggle marks, body positioned carefully. So we can do the behavior analysis like likely a known offender, organized behavior, emotional or personal motive, lower probability of random crime. By only looking at these say evidences, we can know the behavior of the behavior pattern of the person. So in this way, we have to do the criminal profiling. Now, we all know organized crime or disorganized crime, which is more dangerous? Organized. Organized is more dangerous because this ascertains the repetition again and again. This can be impulsive. This can be very much chaotic, but impulsive, but only once. But this is a very dangerous situation. So criminal profiling need to be done immediately in this type of crime. It is whether it is a case of burglary, whether it is a case of theft, fraud, rape, murder, whatever. Organized crimes are very dangerous. The contract killers, they do organized crime. So they are very, very dangerous. So we need to identify the pattern, the size, the shape, the location of the injury, the location of the crime, everything to find out whether it is organized or not. Once we find out, then we conduct the lie detection, polygraph, brain mapping, and other tests onto the person. Now, core elements of analysis, method of approach and control. Whose approach we are talking about? Method of approach of the criminal. Whether he came after ringing the bell, whether there was a forceful entry, whether he called the person somewhere. So what was the method of approach will tell you that whether it was planned or not, the method of approach. Then victimology. Who is the victim? Who is the victim? Whether the victim is of a lower age, whether the victim of a higher age, whether the victim is of a particular strata or particular geographical, say, region or social, say, region. And then we will do the evidence analysis. This all we know, say, very well. Modus operandi. What is modus operandi? Mode of operation, way of crime. How it is important? So, two husband kill the wife first in same way by giving the poison, the second chopping. So the modus operandi decide the heinousness of the crime. Modus operandi will tell you about to whom we should catch. Who is the actual perpetrator? This will be told about the modus operandi, the mode of operation. Modus operandi is also very much a crucial in forensic to identify the evidences. A person cannot approach the crime scene by flying in air. He need to approach the crime scene through the entry point, and there must be an exit point. Entry may be a window pane, exit may be the door, entry may be a door, and exit may be the window pane, anything. We need to locate the entry and exit point to identify the modus operandi, the mode of operation, how he came. And most of the evidence will be lying there itself. Then signature crimes are again more dangerous because they are more repeated in nature. Because the person wants to create an identity of himself, even by concealing the actual identity. So there are certain theories. I will not go in detail about this. The main concept is the theory of the why, the theory of the what, and the theory of the how. These three things we need to take care. Now look at where the police have applied certain techniques and the impact. The blue one is the technique and the yellow one is the impact. So as we know, interview strategy is highly impactable when the police has applied this strategy for psychological analysis or to identify the offender. The suspect prioritization, who can be the suspect at the first most, the second option, the third option, everything. And then this is also found to be highly impactful. Case linkage analysis. Case linkage analysis has been done, has been applied very less, but the impact is very high. Case linkage analysis means the same case, the Sonam Raghuvanshi case we can take. We have linked so many people to this case. The boyfriend of that girl who has traveled along with, say, that girl. The parents of girl were also linked. So everything were linked together and then the analysis was done. So impact was very high, but linkage was slightly low. If the linkage can be slightly more, the impact can further be enhanced. Threat assessment has been done very less by the Indian police officials, but the impact is very high. If we do threat assessment, we can overcome several crimes in future. Geographical profiling, I would not like to say, but there are people, a particular region, people are more intent towards the criminal activities. Like in every state, we have certain regions where from where the people are more indulged into the criminal activity. So geographical reasoning is also a very good, say, criteria. Media strategy. We all have seen the 26/11 attack. The media was showing each and everything what was happening inside the Taj Hotel, outside the Taj Hotel, and people, the perpetrator, the terrorists were also learning. So media strategy, low media strategy shows high impact. Lesser the media strategy means lesser we should speak about a crime in media, more will be the impact in catching or apprehending the criminal. More we will speak about the crime in media, lesser will be the chances of apprehending the criminal. There is a rule of forensic science. Criminal always revisit the crime scene. Criminal always revisit the crime scene. Why? He is so curious to know what is happening. He wants his name onto the TV. His name means something like that. He has done so much of big crime, but he cannot be identified. So he is actually, he becomes more this that I cannot be identified. And once time, if you will show on media that we are very close to the criminal, if you will show in media we are very close to the criminal, then he will be afraid and he will commit any mistake by that time and you can apprehend the criminal. So media media strategy. Lesser you speak in media, more will be the chances to apprehend the criminal. So this is all we have talked about. Now, there are certain cases. In most of the murders, there is the cases Atlanta child murder. So this is these type. Know about the Hathras case, the Hathras case where a woman has been gang raped, and the police were not able to identify the people, the perpetrator for months. Why so? Because they were not analyzing the behavioral pattern. They were identifying the criminal through CCTV camera. It is good that CCTV camera can provide a very good option or very good apprehension of the criminal. But the pattern analysis is much more required. After 3 months, they were able to identify one criminal. That one criminal has done 35 rapes previously. But none of the rape case was identified and the criminal was caught on time because the threat assessment was not done. Every rape was happening at the same place in the same that premises, what we call the field, the field area, but police has not taken the help of a forensic psychologist, or even they have not done the pattern analysis that why this place has been chosen. So quite a lot. So they would have caught the criminal easily. So this happens most of the time in violent crime as well. Now this is the scenario in India of using the psychological parameters. The blue one are the parameters and the yellow one are the impacts. The criminal profiling is done. Yes, impact is very good. Court testimony. We all know, you all are a medical professional, true insanity and fake insanity. We all know that. So to identify whether the person is truly insane or he is showing the fake insanity is also the work of forensic psychologist. So movies में हमने देखा है काफी, the person will shoot any person and then he will say I am not a person of sound mind, so I should be sent to the mental hospital first. It happens. So to prove the fake insanity or true insanity is also the work of a forensic psychologist, and there is a lot of scope for MBBS or MD forensic medicine student also in this area. Okay. This is, we all know that Arushi Hamraj murder case. Is it solved or not? Not solved still. So why? Because of the lack of evidences. Narco analysis have been done. The point of putting this case here in forensic psychology section is narco analysis have been done. The truth serum has been applied. Sodium pentothal, we all know, it has been applied. It was of no use. Lie detection, polygraph was applied. It was of no use. They were not able to encounter any single evidence against the parents or against anybody. So this case is the typical example of failure of the investigative authorities because of untimely collection of the evidences. I was there at this crime scene when the police was asked to collect the palm print from the wall. So what they have done? They were having an electric saw. Electric saw से पूरी दीवार काट दी. It should have been first photographed, then swabbed, then it has been collected in this way. But they have cut the wall and it fell down on the wall. Everything vanished. When they asked to brought the CPU, they brought the UPS from the Arushi's house. They were not, the police officials were not knowing what is UPS, what is CPU. Second time, they again went to collect the CPU, they brought the monitor. On third day, they brought the CPU. By that time, everything has gone. The parents might have done something. So it is the lack of the knowledge about the forensic science with the police investigating officer. So the practice challenges are, there is no scientific validation of the technique. We cannot, neither the lie detection can be validated, neither the narco analysis can be validated, brain mapping cannot be validated. All the psychological traits cannot be validated when asked in the courtroom. The court will ask, is it 100% true the question and the answer, no, it can deviate from person to person, makes it a challenging say, pattern there. Training and standardization is not say, provided to the pattern. Cognitive bias are there. I may think that this person is quite intelligent. He cannot commit crime. He cannot commit such crime. This person is quite literate, well educated, well behaved, well mannered. He cannot commit crime. So there can be a chance of cognitive bias in this. Interagency interagency coordination. So police always want to take full credit. All of you are forensic medicine expert. How many times police comes and even you find something, but police want to take all the credits. So this happens with the police. In the Arushi murder case also, police want to take all the credit, they don't want to give the credit to the forensic expert. So they have, because of this mentality that they will solve the case, they have destroyed several evidences in this case. So how much time we have? I will not go in much deep in this. We have talked about. Now look at this. What forensic psychology do? Competency to stand trial. Now whose competency? Whose competency? Both competency of the witness, competency of the expert. Forensic psychology help us to derive or to make sure that whether the witness or the expert is included in the trial or not. Then the criminal profiling, we all know, it based on the psychological characteristic and behavior. This we need to understand. Insanity defense. True insanity, fake insanity, both can be defended or both can be identified with the help of a forensic psychologist. And risk assessment is very much crucial in the cases, whether he will be committing a crime again, whether he is or he will be posing a danger to the society, any past behavior is there, any mental health issues are there or not. Then eyewitness testimony. Court believe eyewitnesses with blinded eyes that he is telling truth. There are cases where the person was an eyewitness of a crime, but he was having a short-sightedness in his eyes. He actually witnessed the crime, but because of this sightedness, what happened? Actually, court rejected the eyewitness testimony, statement of that person that you can't see properly, so your witnessing cannot be taken. But whenever he was put under the trial for lie detection, for narcolepsy, he repeatedly said the same thing what he has seen. But because of his sightedness problem, the court rejected his witnessing or his statement of this. False confessions can be there. I can take the firearm from anybody and can claim that I have committed this crime. So psychologist can analyze my behavior and question me to identify whether actually I am the criminal or not. This can also be done. Juvenile offenders, we can save certain juvenile offenders. We can send them to the rehabilitation or the juvenile justice jails if we identify them. Then it helps also in sentencing and mitigation. Who is the actual criminal? Who should be sentenced? Who should not be sentenced? Who should be taken care? And there are certain criminals, because they are suffering from some mental illness and trauma, that's why they have committed crime. So they will be punished, but first they will be treated for that as well. Victimology we have understood, then cognitive biases also are there. So what lies in future? There must be standardization of the techniques, what we are using, because still there are certain techniques which are not admissible in the courtroom. So there must be standardization. We should include this in the national curricula and accreditation procedures also. And we must have the behavior analysis unit also in our country. And we must have several courses which may teach all these things to the students. And this is all we have done. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Thank you, sir, Martin, for your insightful talk on forensic psychology in practice. Definitely help in detection of crime. Any question from house?
Sir is having a question.
Yes,
It always it is conducted in the presence of a medical practitioner.
The presence of medical practitioner.
Medical practitioner.
And not mandatory the forensic
It is not
psychologist
mandatory
or-
that the psychiatrist or forensic psychologist,
Yeah.
but a medical practitioner has to be
Should
there.
be present, huh?
Yes.
Okay, thank
It is there.
yes, Bhupesh.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Bhupesh, am I
Yes,
clear
sir.
to you?
Yes. Audible.
Yes, this is Dr. Imran Sabri from Saudi Arabia. And yes, first of all, I would like to congratulate on behalf of the GLAFIMS. This is one of the best presentations that I have in our conference.
Thank you very much.
It is very impressive, very elaborated, and very excellent presentation today.
Thank you, sir.
Secondly, for the teams, like crime scene team, you have very well elaborated, and that we should have a forensic psychiatrist and forensic psychologist, and like psychological autopsy is there. So this is very nice suggestions from your side as a part of the presentation. And actually, I was when I was in India, I was called upon by ZTV for a discussion on this Arushi Himraj murder case.
Yes.
So we in the on TV I mentioned many things there because I was at Sharda University at that time. But later I realized that later I realized that in order to solve the crime, we should intend to solve the crime.
Yes.
But if we are not intent because of any reason, maybe personal reason or something, reason best known to people, then it is very difficult to solve the crime if we don't want to solve the crime. So first thing in solving the crime scene is our intention to solve the crime. That is very important. So thank you very much for your presentation and very nicely presented everything.
Thank
So
you, sir.
very much impressive. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As such, weapons are not dangerous, but our psychology behind the weapon or mind, that is the matters, no? As Shakespeare rightly told, nothing is good or bad, our thinking make it so. We rationalize the crime, that the thinking of criminal thing. Thank you, sir, for it.
May I humbly
Thank you,
request our chairpersons to kindly felicitate respected Dr. Bhupesh Sharma, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening conversation.
Now, I would like to invite respected Dr. Risha Gupta ma'am, guest speaker on stage. Ma'am will be speaking on the topic HPTLC. Please give a big round of applause. Now, I would like to request our chairperson to please introduce our ma'am.
Risha Gupta, madam is extreme academician, has 14 years of professional experience. Is currently working as an associate professor, Department of Forensic Medicine at SN Medical College, Agra. Yes. She has 39 international and national publication, 4 books written, and Risha madam has successfully organized the 10 CME workshop awareness campaign, including the International CME Forensic Medicine Hybrid Conference and POSCO Act. Like that. Thank you, madam. Start your talk.
For welcoming me. And let's start with our topic. So today I was presenting, my session was actually a workshop, the TLC workshop or the toxicology workshop. And we had planned to shift and bring this HPTLC here, but it was not possible due to logistic problems. So we have shifted it down to this lecture schedule for the session talk. So my topic will be on the evidence and interpretation of forensic toxicology on high performance thin layer chromatography, HPTLC, which is in short labeled as. So what we'll be learning today, we will explain the principle and forensic relevance of HPTLC. We will be able to identify different types of forensic evidences which are suitable for HPTLC examination. We will learn about application of HPTLC findings for qualitative and quantitative detection. Then go through how to interpret HPTLC results using RF values, derivatization patterns, and densitometric data, and discuss the medical legal significance and limitation of HPTLC evidence in forensic practice. Now, as we all know, high performance thin layer chromatography is an enhanced and automated method of TLC. What we do in TLC, which our students have already seen today and learned today in a workshop, now that thing is automated and upgraded, and that was, in short, we called it as high performance thin layer chromatography. And it works on the same principle in which thin layer chromatography works, but it is superior in ways of separation of samples, performance, detection limits, and is frequently a great substitute for HPLC. Now, we know it is an advance, it can detect, separate, and quantify drugs, toxins, and poisons in biological and non-biological, both type of forensic samples. So it has high precision, speed, and reproducibility, making it ideal for screening complex mixtures commonly encountered in forensic investigations. Now, as we discussed that the simple formula principle of TLC, it follows on the same principle. It has two phases, a mobile phase and a stationary phase. The stationary phase and mobile phase, similar to the thin layer chromatography, and it shows the same pattern and it's done in the same way till the level of thin layer chromatography. After that, like separation chambers and the mobile phase and the solvent phase, it goes up and forms a chromatographic layer. And then after this, as the components form up, then it is put into the automated form, and derivatization is done in the automated machine form. Just to show you other things. A small brief how it differs and how it is superior to the TLC. Yes, it is reproducible, separation power, it is more reliable analytical results, and in comparison to TLC, the cost is very low. So TLC is more useful and it is more used in common practice. it is medium to high compared to TLC, but reproducibility and precision is much higher than TLC method. Evidences which can be used: biological samples, blood, urine, viscera, gastric contents, all the types of samples, body fluids can be used. Non-biological samples can be done on tablets, powders, plant materials, pesticides, formulations, and other also similar things, organic or inorganic plant material type things. Now, common substances which can be detected: drugs of abuse. These can be very nicely detected, like opioids, benzodiazepines, cannabinoids, pharmaceuticals, barbiturates, analgesics, and antidepressants, pesticides, plant poisons. They can be very nicely depicted, along with the whole chromatographic patterns or the fingerprinting pattern can be obtained by the HPTLC method. Now, yes, it is very important in forensic toxicology because it is cost effective in ways of reproducibility and its admissibility in the court, rapid, not so lengthy procedure. Yes, it is lengthy than the TLC method, but still automation, legally acceptability, validation is more, and it is ideal for the systematic toxicological analysis. Systematic toxicological analysis is, it can segregate each and every component of any compound like a fingerprinting pattern, which we called as chromatographic fingerprinting pattern. Now, this is what I was telling, that it can produce a chromatographic fingerprints. In further slides, we have shown how it will be appear, and it can be compared with reference standards. And so it is objective, reproducible, can be documented and presented in for court presentation, which is most important for ourselves. Now, we will go through how the HPTLC analysis is done, step-by-step method: sample extraction, application, development, visualization, densitometric scanning, and data interpretation. Now, we have these instruments which goes like HPTLC plates, applicator. These are the developing chambers. Till developing chambers, the same principle is used as the TLC method. They are the same developing chambers which are used for the TLC plates. And then from here forward, we use HPTLC visualizer, and then are the derivatizers and UV cabinet and HPTLC scanner machine. Now, these are the chromatographic like plates which we can observe when we see under the UV cabinet. Now, there are two forms of organic compounds, one which are visibly visible with the normal spectrum of the human eyes. So they are visible with the white light, and the other for which we can use UV light. So for UV light, like this, then in the third section, sorry. The third chromatography pattern is with the visible light, and the green one and the black, these are with the UV scanner. So those compounds which are not visible with the white light, these can be used like a green light or the UV light to observe the chromatographic finger pattern. So if you are seeing with your white light, you will see nothing in the TLC plates. So nothing is visible, but as soon as you go and switch on this UV light, you will be able to see this fingerprinting scanner type things. So we have these UV 254 nm and UV 316 nanometer fluorescent lights under which observation can be done. Now, these are the densometric scanning machine which is available. So after the plate is developed from the TLC chamber, these are put inside these scanner machines. Under this, there is all automated set software system is upgraded to this point. What we have to do before starting even the sample analysis, sample barcoding and everything is inserted. And then as these machines started, how they function in the two ways. One, there is a peak formation is there. Like in these things, is there any red light marker over here? No? Pointer? Oh, okay. Oh. Now these, not visible. The graph shows the peak diagrams. Now they represent in details. I will go in the further dice. One is the peak diagram method and other is the spectral formation. By these two methods, the machine analyzes with reference standards whether the identifies the compound is with the referred standard method, standardized solution, whether it is the same thing or the other identification thing. So going into details, how we do the interpretation of SPTLC results. So you don't have to interpret anything, but knowing how the machine or the software is working and interpreting. This all process will go through within the software and you will get the end results like in a slip. But knowing how the machine works, how HPTLC or densitometer scanning works, it works on RF value comparison with standard. So RF value is the retention factor, which is compared with the standard ones. Color and fluorescence of derivatization, peak height and peak area, by which it quantifies how much the quantity of drug is available in this solution, and spectral overlay, either spectral overlay or the peak height area. Going into the details of these things, RF value retention factor is the ratio of distance traveled by the analyte to the distance traveled by the solvent. So how much traveled the solution is upward, that is the retention factor compared to the solvent one. And in forensic analysis, the RF value of the known sample is compared with that of an authenticated reference standard. So it is compared with an authenticated reference standard. And there may be minor variation which are not considered. So this is the RF factor, which is the basic of quantifying these method solutions. Now, many drugs and poisons are colorless. So for which as we have considered, derivatization methods are there. So we have to use those methods of derivatization and color of fluorescence music. UV 254 or 366 nanometer, and the color of fluorescence is mass for identification of these drugs or samples. Now, these are the tracks which are obtained on the HPTLC plates in bands of same height. They are matched. Just by matching by these drugs, we can give actually qualitative analysis. If there is a band is showing in the same thing of the reference standard one, it identifies that the same organ or compound is present in that given sample. So we know the reference standard, we know the standard हमने जो use किया है, and if that the band is showing in the same position, we can give qualitative analysis just by seeing by these TLC plates and looking them into two methods, visible and under UV light both. So that verifies these things. Then when the quantification is needed, how much sample how much compound is present within the sample, then actually we need to go further for quantification. So then we have to analyze it by peak height on peak area. So what is the peak height? We have seen the peak. Yeah. So peak height indicates signal intensity. What it actually denotes? It denotes the intensity. First is the peak area. Area shows that this area compound is present, which is compared to the reference standard. So peak area is directly proportional to the concentration. Area, full concentration of the analyte. And height indicates the signal intensity. Then quantitative estimation is performed by comparison the peak area of unknown with the standards of known concentration. Now, this aids in distinguishing. These can aids by therapeutic भी हो सकता है, toxic भी हम लोग कर सकते हैं, and fatal levels we can analyze by seeing through the peak heights. So we can see this is the bands, and that is the pattern when we get and see through the peak height of the same band. So here we have analyzed marijuana and hemp. The standard is the CBD, dihydrocannabinol, which is taken. Bands are checked, which shows the qualitative. And when we need the quantitative, a single band is obtained at this peak height, and the area donates the concentration. So in this method, calculative form, we will get it by the end of the result. The other method is the spectral overlay. Now, spectral overlay is recording UV visible absorption spectrum directly from the chromatography band. The spectrum of the unknown sample is overlaid with that of the reference standard. So like we see in this thing, we can see 2. If it is exactly overlaying, we can clear cut identify. Now it is not. There the peak area was getting. Now we can identify the whole chromatographic band. The whole chromatographic band has changed itself into the form of a spectrum. And it is, if it overlays on the same our reference compound, then it is very easy to identify that qualitatively it is the same compound. And then quantitatively it can be assessed also. So this was the methods which basically how our HPTLC interpretation results works. So now we'll see how can it qualitatively. We have seen we can identify by the presence or absence of toxic substance, match RF value. We can see the color reaction and help in identification of the unknown poison when compared to the standard one. Quantitatively is based on densitometry scanning, peak area proportional to concentration, and they are useful for the therapeutic as well as the toxic levels and comparatively analysis. Now, advantages is it can use multiple sample at one site. One standard in a TLC plate, we can apply at least 7 to 8 sample in single TLC plate and run. So we can run 7 to 8 sample in one go through. Then it is minimal sample preparation is needed. Solvent required is low and permanent record of analysis is there. The record analysis, we have the slip, we have permanent record over here to present it anywhere and validate anywhere and present it even in the court. So application, there is a wider application along with forensic. It is widely used in food and adulteration industries, botanical, industrial analysis, reverse engineering, and organic compounds, reaction mixtures, and pharmaceuticals. Concentrated to the forensic medicine, it can be used in postmortem toxicology, drug overdose and poison detection. It can be used in autopsies, drug facilitated crimes it can use, and it can benefit in body fluid and tissue analysis or tablet and powder identification obtained from the crime scene. Postmortem toxicology, it can detection toxic substances from any types of organ and any body fluid can be used for the detection method. Drug overdose and poisoning cases, drugs of abuse, therapeutic drugs, any therapeutic drugs, any type of barbiturates, phenobarbitol, cannabinoids, organic or inorganic, can be tested by this method. Only thing which is not to be tested, which is not is alcohol, which is presently or gaseous or volatile drugs, which cannot be detected by this method. So detection of opioids, amphetamines or cyanides in overdose. Drug facilitated crimes, as we have discussed, body fluids, tissue and analysis. These can be analyzed. Tablet and powder identification is very much useful. Any tablet or powder identification brought from any crime scene can be used and they can we can detect the identify which type if it is unknown. And it can also be used for as a reference standard to compare with the body fluid and whether the same poison is present in the tissue sample obtained. Pharmaceutical applications we see, there is a wider application where we can see glimepiride. They are widely used in pharmaceutical industries, HPTLC, because it can not only give the fingerprinting, it can also do the reverse engineering. For what is reverse engineering? If you get any compound, you want to know any sample and want to know what are the compounds present in it, then they can also analyze. So this is called the reverse analysis. It means retroaggressively we are analyzing the compounds in an unknown sample. So it is widely used in Ayurvedic medicines formulations to derive the compounds in those also. So these are the few examples which we are seeing. Discrimination of ethanolide, these are the drugs, Ayurvedic compounds. These are the spectrums obtained from nimesulide and diclofenac. And legal interpretation is very high bias because it is reproducible, properly documented, compared with authenticated standards. So it is actually admissible in the court of law. Screen evidence and supportive evidence if needed is the GCMS or LCMS if needed. And absolutely it is not needed, doesn't matter. Then limitations are, it is yes, lower sensitivity compared to LCMS or GCMS. But the cost of pricing of LCMS and GCMS as compared to HPTLC is 4 to 5 times higher. So if for a lower version, when the sample compound are not much, your need is not much, we can go for the HPTLC. It is very best method to use for research tools and requires confirmatory analysis in critical cases only. So for the conclusion, we will say that HPTLC technique is valuable, reliable, and a practical tool in forensic toxicology. Then it plays a key role in evidence generation and interpretation and remains relevant despite advanced hyphenated techniques. So these are few slides. We have an HPTLC lab, toxicology lab. We have this whole HPTLC setup. And last 5 years, we are continuously, every yearly, we are conducting a workshop at our on-site on HPTLC, where we like this workshop being conducted. And we are doing faculty development by this way. And presently, we are doing the toxicology test, colorimetric test, quantitatively is not needed. Qualitative is the more required thing, and qualitative things we are doing. We have started it since the last 6 months. And the HPTLC we have only kept whenever we are required or we are sent for the quantitative analysis, which presently we are not needed. So we are having research studies going on this by this HPTLC and so on. Let's see, we go ahead and do some crucial work on the HPTLC and toxicology things. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your informative talk on high performance thin layer chromatography in forensic medicine. Any question from audience? Mike?
And what is the cost of this setup? Approx.
So this will cost around about 50 lakh to 70 lakh in between.
Oh, it is too costly.
Yeah, around about not less than 50 lakh.
And standards are also we have to purchase separately.
Yeah, standard has to be purchased separately, but I had a talk with which we can even derive standards from the original substances also. So these methods can also be used. Plus presently the standard to acquire it from standard companies, it are expensive and they're very difficult to acquire. So what we are doing is also we are just preparing our own standards, by the way.
Okay. And which plates are used pre-coated or there are some other plates for this?
No, so they are the same TLC plates.
Pre-coated.
Pre-coated one.
Okay.
But the spreader, we have the spreader is the automated one which we are using. So it gives a uniform spread over the manual separation gives the concentration differs. So it will the results also differ.
So that is advantage over manual TLC. Yeah. Okay. And what is that green light, madam? Is it used for interpretation? Green light is different from UV light or?
So there are many compounds which are not visible when we see it with in the white light. So for that we have kept the UV visible light. It comes along with the whole setup. So the green light is when we see under the UV under 254 nanometer.
Okay.
So the compounds are visible.
So it is UV light only, green.
UV light only.
Okay, it looks like green. Okay.
Regarding the standards, madam, little more explanation I want. See, you told that you maintain your own standards.
So we are trying to. As we have few, we have acquired few also.
What are the things, standards readily available with you? That I want to know. Name of the drugs. As you have mentioned, cannabinoids and some barbiturates.
Even the company which is providing they are also helping us with these standards. So few standards they have.
All the drug standards you might not be having.
Pyrethroids and these pyrethroids and chlorates, they have been available, but they are very expensive. So
you told that all drugs we can identify, but for identifying all the drugs, we should have standards are not necessary.
No, sir. Standards for drugs are all easily available. Except for the poison side, that is difficult to achieve.
And one more thing, I want to ask a practical question, which is being frequently asked to us. Even I faced a court question also. That for identification of snake venom, why didn't you send it to SFSL for identification of snake venom?
Snake venom, sir, snake venom identification, it is a protein actually. So for FSL, we don't sell for a snake venom.
How do you identify?
For the snake venom identification, it is a different thing actually.
No,
Entirely
madam,
different.
it's a big question. I told there is no system. We just identify from our this thing.
No, snake
So,
venom
the
identification.
court was asking, why didn't you preserve the blood? Why didn't you send, as per the poisons, you are sending the poisons. Same in the similar lines, why didn't you preserve the viscera? Why didn't you send it? It was a big question. Sir.
Is hello. They're different. मैडम, मैं ये स्नेक इन्वेनोमेशन का जवाब दे देता हूँ। ये हमारी मजबूरी है कि हम सैंपल रखते हैं क्योंकि हम पुलिस को और जजेस को समझा नहीं पाते हैं अभी तक। आज की तारीख 31 जनवरी 2026 भारत देश की किसी भी लेबोरेटरी में स्नेक वेनम डिटेक्शन का कोई टेस्ट नहीं होता है।
Recently, I heard an article. There is an anti-snake venom kit of detection which has come. But
अभी
I don't know how.
नहीं, वो देखिए,
It is not authenticated.
थोड़ा सा मैं आपको और बता देता हूँ। अभी जो मैडम अपने पास आई थी टॉक्सिकोलॉजी वाली सेंट्रल फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी से जो मैडम आई थी, पल्लवी मैडम, उन्होंने बताया कि उनके यहाँ अभी एलाइसा से शुरू किया है, बराबर, पर उसमें भी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन हो, वैलिडेशन हो और उसके रिएजेंट मिले, उसमें अभी समय लगेगा। तो आज की तारीख की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, आज तक नहीं होता है, हमको नहीं भेजना चाहिए, बराबर, पर हाँ, पर वो उनको हमको समझाना है। एज एन एक्सपर्ट ये भी हमारी ड्यूटी है कि हम उनको समझाएं।
Skin tissues are being sent. Some
Yes, we'll discuss in lunch hour. Now time is over. Yes. Thank you, madam.
Richa, my question is, Dr. Richa. My question is, you are having this toxicology setup in Government Medical College, Agra. This is only for training purposes, or you are also utilizing it for legal purposes? You are giving report.
So
of
presently we have started it for the emergency department, clinical patient. Previously we had kept it only for the research purpose and training purpose. Now we are shifting it to the actually implementation on the patients. So we have started it.
So your report is authenticated by in the court, legal cases.
Sir, presently we have started. We are a new work.
Or it is just
thing is done for the patients, sir. In emergency patients.
Basically, you have done a setup only for training and that purposes.
Training and purpose, but we will be starting. We are doing it. Have started it for even for the patients.
My question is the same. I am from also government medical.
Yes, sir.
Whether it
We
can
have started
be
it for the
utilized
detection
for legal purposes or not.
claim.
We are also having a.
We conclude session here. We'll discuss in lunch time.
And the same thing, toxicology lab is also run by the KGMU for the patients also, sir. And they have done almost 1,000, more than 1,500 reports they have given, and they have not incurred any claim from any court. So we can also do ahead.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I humbly request our chairperson to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Richa Gupta, ma'am. May I now request respected Dr. Bhupesh Sarma sir to kindly come forward and please felicitate our chairperson for this session.